Namaskar, good morning, good day to everybody. This is Suraj Singh, civil engineer, speaking from Bharat, India, addressing all friends in the world regarding COVID-19 and regarding professional issues, construction, designs, concrete, filling, quality. June 11, 2020, another day of back to you. Good or bad, fine or no fine, question is no use nowadays. How are you? I am fine. Formality only. No one is fine. Fact is that. How can one be fine when world is not fine? If I say I am fine, thank you, is it okay? No, we are not fine. Fact remains we are not fine. I am not fine if people are not fine. If my neighbor is not fine, my nation is not fine, my world is not fine, how can I say I am fine? Yes, only formality. Should we believe in formality like that? Sab theek hai, all is well. No, 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 no. Say, I am not happy because world is not happy. I am not happy because my country is not happy. I am not happy because my state is not happy. I am not happy because England is not happy. Do we have guts to say that? Nobody knows what's happening. Nobody knows who's living now, who's dying after 1 day, 2 days. Tomorrow what happens, I don't know. That is what situation of world is today. Normalcy doesn't exist, abnormalcy exists. Everything is tangential, nothing is scalar. You know, we in mathematics, tangent, normal, we understand that. Something is normal, something is tangent. There are mathematical terms, but also I think these apply in life. Oh, this is tangential direct. Oh, this is perpendicular. Oh, this is orthogonal. Oh, this is diagonal. Oh, this is square, and this is rectangle, and this is triangle, polygonal. Yes, we use those terms, that's true. These figures tell us what is figure of life. Certainly. Certainty exists there. Just like certainty exists that there is some problem in the world by name of SARS-2 COVID-19. It's problem because it's not known. Its solution is not known yet. If solution of something is not known, two things happen, two possibilities do happen. Either we ignore that or we are so busy on working on that we work until we get solution. But I don't think second option is opening, but we are worried about that or we ignore that. Either worry about that or ignore that. If I worry about that, I can't sleep. So if I have to solve it, I have to sleep also. I say ignore it. This means I'm not ignoring that problem. I'm going to ignore lives of so many people. That's what's happening. It's happening now. When this problem started in the world, they used to say it's transfer, it moves from person to person. Nobody said that it can move by so many other means, so many other ways. Scientists silent, doctors silent. Okay, I don't blame doctors. They are busy in their jobs. They are busy on helping people recover to maximum extent possible. They have been busy. Doctors, nurses, all medical workers, health workers. But whatever scientists, what they are doing, uh, through nose it goes, through mouth it goes, say always use mask. Use mask, okay. Yesterday I had belief before also, but I'm not scientist, I'm medical, I'm not scientific of this subject, I'm not scientist, I'm an engineer and all. I used to say that mask is okay, you use it. Then question is, what are doors? Eyes also door, ears also door. Can't this virus find entryway access to my body through my eyes? What's happening? Pro initiation doesn't exist. I understand that. One should be proactive. Usually in profession we say proaction is very important. Proaction is very important if you want to move in ahead of others. You have to do something on your own in the right direction so that others can follow it. That's okay. I just had a conception that it can enter through my nose, virus can enter through my mouth, then it can also enter through my eyes, but people did not understand that. Reports were there. Reports intimated that this virus can enter eyes with a speed 50 times more than what it enters through your nose or mouth. But only joke. London researchers told yesterday on the news that some question was raised, can virus enter through eyes? Then explanation was given, yes, there is a possibility. There is a probability because root of nose are similar to root of eyeball. So there is a possibility that virus can enter through eyes also. So this is scientist reply, not my reply. Scientist reply or medical reply, whatever it is, it's certainly not my reply. But my common sense is successful here. It could enter through your eyes. This means people didn't know it till now. It's almost 6 months, 5 months. This virus has been there, but we didn't know that. This means if it had entered through eyes, you cannot justify, you cannot even calculate how many people have been infected through eyes, because people ignore eyes. But still now, if you tell someone, people don't accept. Problem is that acceptance by people, degree of acceptance, if you tell, they don't agree. If it can enter through eyes, this means we should have taken care of eyes since beginning. But no, it didn't. It didn't happen. People didn't know that. It's same thing if I say it can also enter from air. Nobody will believe it. You are just spreading your remorse. Yes, I am a remorse spreader. I am born to spread remorse. That is my character. Right? Means I am that bad character that believes in spreading remorse. Because I am enemy to world, right? Now if I use my common sense, my little engineering sense, and calculate that it can travel through air, or it can be pulled by some force into your room, then it is spreading rumor, right? If you just think of that technically, because this question was also raised in UAE, and UAE news reported it, and those people, responsible doctors or scientists, scientifically there is no such explanation that this can be pulled through air conditioners. There is no such explanation. But there is also no explanation how this virus is working, how this virus has originated. So it's same thing, means whatever we are knowing is based on empirical action, or just imaginary explanation. So if I say it can enter through medium of air, it's also imaginary explanation, but I try to justify that. How it can be justified? It's said that these particles or these droplets or the droplets of virus can stay in air for a couple of hours. That's true. For a couple of hours. This means these droplets can be available everywhere, because people move from one place to other place, and virus can be exhaled or spit through mouth everywhere. Okay, it may be not on main road, but it can be in your street. It can be outside your house. It can be everywhere. So, question arises, this virus, let us say, comes with droplets, or you can say liquid of your mouth. Liquid of your mouth, if it is sun, it can immediately evaporate because its quantity is very small. It's much more lesser in size than a bubble, because size of virus itself is very small, that is 0.000254 millimeter. It can't be even seen if you use electronic microscope. Now, particle coated with liquid, the liquid goes away, evaporates, so leaving behind with this small particle, which is very light in weight and very small in size. This means if there's breeze, let's say 20 kilometer per second, 30 kilometer per second, is a breeze in your area. This particle also can move here and there. This very light particle, it will take much time to settle, therefore it can move here and there. Now, question is, consideration, let's assume this is near your air conditioner, or it is also near your doors or windows, which another space between your surface of frame and wall is not fully sealed. There is every probability that virus through speed of wind can enter through that yellow space, and also it can be pulled by, when AC works, it sucks air, and with that suction this virus particle can enter into your air conditioner and thereby to your room, right? If you think that way, nobody can say no, that it cannot enter. So what I am going to say, it's not freely traveling through air, but it is available in air. It is available in air. This means if it's available in air, there is no guarantee that it can't enter your room. It can enter through air conditioner, it can enter through your windows, doors, unsealed areas, like as I said, space between wall, your window frame and wall. So if it enters, then it's your friend, it shall stay in your room, it shall move in air conditioned temperature. You will enjoy, and you will enjoy room temperature, because outside temperature is more, room temperature is little lesser to that. So it can enter your body when you are there and you are inhaling, or it can move into your body when it moves in circulation of chilled air, because chilled air is circulated by air conditioner in your room. Of course it will extract it out also, but by that time it has entered your body, for example. What can you do? That's what I'm saying. Exclusively I cannot say that it moves through medium of air, but indirectly it can work in that direction. So there are 2 points. One is that it can enter through your eyes, in addition to nose and mouth. It can also enter in your room. Don't then think that it's only outside. So I am only talking just to repeat my talk, as I said in many videos. Then be careful use your mind. Don't depend exclusively on what information comes to you. It can enter, number one, through nose, number through mouth, number three, eyes, and number four, through your air conditioner, whether it's car air conditioner or it is room air conditioner. It can enter through that. So when you are walking on roadway or free, always use mask and glasses. Important. Use glasses also. Don't ignore. And I am sure this increasing infections are due to eyes also, because when it can enter eyes, it penetrates further to your mind, to your nervous system, to your neuron system. Certainly it will enter there, and it can cause loss of memory, or it can cause loss of thinking. It can cause whatever type of mental issue, mental problem. You may feel your mind is not very efficient, it's not working to a level it should. Now this is my supposition. I'm not going to be mad on that. First of all, I don't want to be mad on that. I'm just explaining to help you that first of all you have to take precautionary measures. That's what I can say. I can think on this because my analytical mind makes me think, and I think this way. First of all, you have to understand what virus is, and I explain to you what is that. If it can enter your body, then you have to be careful. And I think it may also enter through your pores, but I'm not going to that in depth because I don't much knowledge about body. I'm not medical. I'm not having any knowledge of medical science, and I talk to you only in relation to safety, and that is called HSE, and ergonomics means health, safety, environment, and relation of all these to your, can say, to your health. And that's more important. Means we should have this smart knowledge about ourselves, and that knowledge is it should be, it is, and we should enjoy this knowledge if we have this knowledge. Well, you all can understand that. There's no much problem in that. You cannot say that it's out of understanding this very high profile subject. You can't understand. This is a part of health, safety, environment, economics, and also that when we are talking of HSE, which is health, safety, and environment, then you should also think of how to live, how to work on this, because working, as far as is concerned, health is very important, environment is very important, safety is very important. So if you take initial safety to protect yourself from this virus, but general using mask is important. Means I have seen people just using mask and they don't understand meaning of that. Some people are using just they are hanging mask in their neck, means I don't understand that meaning. Means to whom they are showing mask. Means this crazy people don't understand what to do now. Then you have to cover your mouth, you have to cover your nose. That's mandatory, okay? Mandatory or no mandatory, but you have to use it. Otherwise, there is no function of mask is left. So cover of your nose till, these are called nose till, and this is mouth, you must cover this. And if you don't use, no problem, you can use handkerchief also. I think that's better than mask. If you try that, handkerchief, dye only you consider that and tie up. I think that's better than mask, and practically better. And also, don't forget to use your glasses. If you have eyesight glasses, that's fine. You use bigger size, don't use smaller size. Just like I'm using medium size. Don't think of fashion, but think of protection. If you use this glasses, is because this research has come. It's not my statement. I thought that it should be, and now they have said, these scientists from UK have said there is possibility of penetration of attack of virus through your eyes at a speed 50 times more than through which you can enter your nose. So this glasses also, you don't have glasses, you can use safety glass, or you can use 0 number glass, whatever you want to use, better because eye can be damaged by this. It's not my claim. This is a medical claim. And when there's a probability or possibility, this means you take it normal. And that's first one, because if eyes are impacted upon by this, certainly brain shall be impacted upon that. That's very much a factual condition. So these are personal protections, and then second, this is how to keep external protection. But when you are talking of protection, I should also say the internal protection is also very important. And you can resort to internal protection by consuming boiled water. Boil it and immediately drink those in your fridge. Drink it sip by sip, just like you take cup of tea, and take small quantity. Don't boil much, and say in 5 to 5 minutes you can consume that, 5 to 10 minutes, sip by sip. So your body remains higher, and even if virus by chance enters your body, it is killed in temperature of 80 degrees. So when you are drinking boiled water, its temperature must be 100 degrees, and when you take 5 minutes of drinking, it may die down to, it may fall to 80 degrees, like that. So average is 90 degree, even in that case 100 plus 80, 180 and divide by 2. So this 90 degrees is good enough to kill that virus particle, that virus being. This is what researchers said, because one French engineer, French scientist says 90 degrees is almost temperature in which it loses its existence. So if you drink hot water, and if you take hot food, don't take cold. Try to avoid taking anything cold in virus. People say it's bad, it's wrong statement. Wrong or right means I don't care for that, because it's precautionary. Even health-wise, if you take hot, it's better. It raises your immunity level. This is practical experience. If you drink everything hot, you don't feel lazy and you don't feel drowsy. You feel stronger, because after this thermal energy in your body. And moreover, alerts now outside temperature say 40 degrees during daytime, or 41 degrees, and you can say your ultraviolet index is 11 or 12. You have to compare yourself. I mean, what I'm talking about, when temperature outside is 40, and when you're taking hot water, inside temperature should be normal, temperature should be 37 degrees. But for instance, if for a few minutes it's 80 degrees, you can see the difference means outside temperature is 40, inside temperature say momentarily it may be 80 degrees or 70 degrees or 60 degrees. So temperature outside is more, inside is more, and outside. So gradient is made towards outside, is from inside your body to air. There's a drop in temperature, in fact, during that period. So your toxins are out, you're sweating from inside, and after you balance, there is no flow of thermal energy. Your internal temperature reduces further, then to go 37, 38, maybe 40 degrees. So outside, inside, a balanced one, this balance action. So you won't feel even your heat transfer. You feel heat, you feel, I am feeling very hot today. Why do you say that? Did you ever analyze it technically? Means when say, oh, it's very hot, I can't stand, I need air conditioner, or I need cooler or fan. You say that or no? Because there is a thermal difference outside your body and inside your body. If outside and inside are same, there can be no flow of heat energy, thermal energy from body inside to air outside, or air outside to body inside. Whenever there is a difference of temperature, there is a flow. Higher temperature to lower temperature. This is general principle. Just like higher pressure moves to lower pressure, it happens to balance it. So this temperature, thermodynamics says that. So I have experienced this. You keep your body hot, particularly in summer. You are better, you are more comfortable than if whole day you're taking cold water, chilled water. You want, first of all, your energy is always down, because temperature outside is 40 or 35. Inside you are taking 10 degrees water, 5 degrees water, chilled water you are drinking. In whatever form you drink, you may take cold drink, you may take water cold, or you may take something else, lassi or what people take. So internal temperature is lower, outside temperature higher. So there shall be a thermal flow from air, hot air to your whole body, and which is also harmful to your body. You may feel relaxed just because in your throat or your tongue or in I am relaxed, I am taking very cold. But when it reaches inside body, its work will be against your body, against your system. That's what I meant to say. And that's why some people say, oh, if you are going outside in summer, better have a cup of tea. They don't explain why. Because tea just keeps you a little hot for a few minutes and you feel better. By that time you walk out or you travel, you reach your destination and you feel okay, I didn't feel very much hot because you raise temperature of body inside and outside are almost same. So this is what I understand means technically it is or engineering wise it is movement of heat energy, movement of thermal energy, and you keep drinking hot water regularly throughout the, let us say, 4 or 5 cups of water you take, you will feel very strong, I am sure. You will feel energetic, and if you walk outside you won't be, you will very easy to resist this temperature. And because of that hot water you're already sweating, you're sweating out, and I mean that sweat, your toxins are always out. The sweating of your body doesn't mean that something's happening. It means whatever fat particles, some chemical particles or toxic particles or consolidated in the body, means emerging in the body, are out. So you feel fresh. And that's what I mean safety science says that, safety mechanism says that is a part of safety. And when you drink hot water, another point is that hot water when moves in your body, it doesn't remain on your body only or into the body, it moves throughout body, means it goes through mind also. The neurons of your mind, when it's water doesn't go directly, means its evaporation is heat, its hot energy goes throughout your face, inside, and your neuron system, which keeps your cells active, not allowing them sleep. And that's what I'm trying to explain, that those people who work outside, you might have noticed this, all industrial workers and those who people, engineers and supervisors and all those who work in sun, they are better in feeling, they are better in health. You can compare your health to theirs. You are using AC all the time, you use car in AC, you don't want to do hard work, you are having luxurious life, your children are saying, you are saying you are status family. Status family means you are physically weak family. That's very much important. You might understand that. If you are saying I'm a status family, I have a car, I have a bungalow, I am this, I don't do anything, but you means your immunity system is very bad, say. And in addition to that, you are drinking and you are taking non-veg, and all these against body, antibodies items you are taking, and then you say means how can you be healthy in that case? You may wear very good clothes, it doesn't mean you're happy. You may wear a very big car, it doesn't mean that you're happy. Your happiness comes from your feeling inside. A strong mind, you must have strong mind. A strong mind means mind's a part of body, and body is strong means mind is strong. Mind can grant energy to body, and this depends upon how you maintain your life, how you understand your life. I have worked in field for many years. Field means in sun insides, and I know value of sun. Maybe yes, it can of course impact on your skin color. I agree with that, but don't forget that skin color is not everything in life. It's whole system of body that is important in life. If your skin is very good, is your fair color, doesn't mean you're a strong person. You must have a strong mind, and you must have a strong anatomy of your body. You must have everything stronger in your body. You must have energetic. If you don't have energy, what's function of fair color? If you're not energetic, your mind's not very strong. Your memory, you're not having sharp mind. And if you're having all that, that's fine one. And I've seen people, workers, means particularly industrial workers, construction workers, who stay in field, they're very strong, means they're restless free, means okay, they take much food, 3 times eat, but they work also. So you cannot work, they work. That's the difference. They work because they are strong. If you compare strength, you are not that strong as they are. So they are better, they give contribution into physical work, without which you cannot do anything. So means if workers do not work, no one can work. Simple saying that. That's the result of this impact of this. And moreover, every time I say UVI means ultraviolet index, which is a very important part in you're getting from nature. After access is bad, I know. Access is bad, exercising is bad, but there's a scale, there's a gradient, that's 0 to 10, internationally accepted. UVI value is 0 to 10, when 10 is maximum, that's very dangerous, we say, but now it's going up to 12, 13, 14, 15, probably, which is in excess. But it's not whole day. It starts, sun rises and moves up to sunset. If sunrise selects 5, 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock or 7, whatever time sunrise, and we reach at 12 noon, it rises, means at 12, you can say 11, 12, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. This is maximum. So you maybe 11, sometimes 12, and then coming down up to sunset. So if you use this value of sun, this energy of sun, ultraviolet, ultraviolet penetration into your body for, let us say, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, half, or maximum, you can say, when you walk, you can walk on road, no problem. You can stand in sun. You can go to your rooftop and stand there for a few minutes. You'll find something enters your body because some sweating out, and you feel uneasy. For this uneasy, you carry a little water with you and drink that, so that your dehydration is replenished by hydration, and that's only water loss is compensated, but you feel energetic. You come out, maybe you feel little uncomfortable, but ultimately there has been injection, natural injection into the body. Injection, this syringe, it is automatic. It's going through course of your body, inside your body, you collect energy, and that energy helps renew your complete system, and recirculation of your blood, and recirculation of your all liquids in your body. That's why, and then you can take more and more water, because those active members of your body who release toxins should be taken out either through urine or through your sweat, whatever possible means. This is why I understand about body as far as safety is concerned, health is concerned, and you can say environment is concerned. Now this environment, you have used sun, you have used sun air, you have used this a part of environment. That environment help you into your body, and then your safety means you are keeping your body warm. It's also a part of, you are not exposed to sunstroke, because in 30-40 minutes nothing happens, and moreover you are absorbing indirectly vitamin D. So you have two benefits: getting vitamin D without taking any tablet, and you're getting your ultraviolet energy. That means you are stronger than before. So this is technical method how to improve your health, and it helps you. You try yourself. It is summer and you can make use of this. In winter, this will be down. It doesn't even, it's not even affected by rain. Even in rain, or it's the cloud. Even if cloud, it doesn't means ultraviolet rays is not affected by occurrence of clouds or by occurrence of rain. It's so stronger. Even in rain, sometimes it's much more effective because of the refraction of that through water. And you can say cloud existence occurrence doesn't stop it, because it can penetrate clouds. You may see it's very cloudy, blackish, but it's still ultraviolet has seen 11 and 12 that time. And this is what is to be understood. This is an analysis of forces working around. This very important point means. So what I'm saying, this means these agencies have enough potential for movement of this virus, which is not known to us yet in explicit terms. So when something is known in explicit terms, we have to analyze ourselves, because we are not fools. We can understand and safety subjects, safety, health and environment subjects with ergonomics, of course, can help us. So I would only suggest that yes, it is against your comfort, but if you want to have some energy from nature, you have to sacrifice a few minutes for nature, for your health building. That's best way. So keep drinking hot water 4 or 5 times a day. That's better for you. And also, if you drink hot water, it doesn't, it reduces your weight first of all, because it releases fats from your body. That's another advantage. And it also helps in a system that your digestion system is improved, because you release your fats, and you then may walls, when certain walls clogged in, or your walls chopped in, all this temperature release gradually, and you feel a little different. This is my suggestion as far as safety is concerned, because safety is related and is related to your health, and you can raise your immunity level And when immunity levels are raised to some extent, I'm not saying you have to become wrestler in that, or free fighter, freestyle fighter. No, no, you're not that. It means your mind should be much more active. When you move in sun, I have experienced that when I walk in sun, I think my mind becomes more active. Cells, my cells of mind, my you can say neurons of mind start working more when I sit in bed or sit in air conditioned room. My mind works very well when sun rays passes through my skull, because my skull also is a bone, and sun and vitamin D enters in my bones, and of course ultraviolet rays. So I feel little different. This is my empirical thinking, my experience based thinking, that I got it to myself. With no assistance from someone. And so there are three or four words you can say. One is health, one is safety, one is environment, and one is ergonomics. All these topics I have discussed many times in my videos of safety. And I mean say I'm a professional from engineering, civil engineering particularly. I have to deal with site guys I used in my life. So I was forced to understand all this. It's a very important point for everybody. So in this scenario, when there is nothing much important known, or with confirmation known scientifically, how this virus works, how it happens, how it originates, so we have to assume ourselves something. Even there's no solution, and it cannot go or go. It depends upon God. I have to ultimately reach thinking of God, because something is out of control. We can't explain it scientifically. We can't say what are real causes of this and what are solutions for that until we have that methods with us. There are all those information. Yes, we only can take precautionary measures, because sometimes a precaution or say caution, or you can say it's better to do that rather than going to cure it, because there's no cure available. And that's why I'm saying, and that's why Americans said that because of three diseases they have in common. One is hypertension, and one is diabetes, and one is obesity. These three diseases are very common in American citizens, or you can say also England citizens. And they're heavyweight, they are because of fats they take in. So all these properties made them, it will make them lose their, you can say, immunity levels, means resistance of body. They lose resistance. First of all, they are living in cold weather conditions, and they eat food that's non-veg, and of course they don't work physically. They are mechanical societies, means their lifestyle is mechanical, which we have also turned to that one. So we are also facing the same kind of problem. Everything is mechanized in our country, and they have been mechanized for long. So that mechanization has certainly reduced their immunity level, which is a fact of life. They are obvious because they are not working. They are based on fast methods of working, but body is not utilized in work. They are neither walking nor doing, means exercise is not adequate for them. Exercise doesn't give you heat. Just keep in mind, exercise only opens your joint. It doesn't do anything else. If you want to heat your body, exercise won't do it. You have to do, use some other method, artificial heat. Take hot water or walk, or whatever you do. That gives you. Walking and exercise are different issues. Just keep in mind, exercise is stationary. Of course, it's not stationary in the sense of physical, but it's done at one place. It doesn't work in that case. Engineering work done is something else. It what's the question? What's the value of how you work out quantity of work? Means you have to consider weight of that, and there's a coefficient of friction also in that between medium and mature one. So that coefficient is there. One, you can say you have weight, and you can say weight moves in that direction. That's multiplied by that, we get work done. So work done or exercises are different mechanisms. Exercise doesn't give you work, but when you walk or you run or you do whatever, there's a body part. Let's say 100% you walk, means you can, my weight is downwards. My weight is downwards due to gravity. Say my weight is 70 kilogram or 80 kilogram, whatever. Then there's a coefficient of friction between myself and surface of earth, or on whatever surface I move. That may be 0.5, 0.6, 0.7, depending on the rough surface also. So my 70 or 80 kilogram multiplied by the 0.7, 0.8, I get work that moves in direction of motion. So my is this 70 kilogram or 60 kilogram. After multiplying factor of this coefficient factor, I get less 50 kilogram. I get my horizontal, and when it moves in direction of motion, so I can say this mass into this distance covered is called work done. So when you walk, when you run, or even you raise on stair, ascend on staircase, or do whatever the kind means, you work physically, and that work is energy consumed. And when you do exercises, it's only stabilized, it's not consumed. There's a difference. You do you're on floor, you're doing exercises, this is not work done, this is just mobilization of your blood circulation or mobilization of your system of body. So that is different kind of activity, and working, running is another one. That's why our industrial workers are much more stronger than we people are. So we can consider this way: safety wise, health wise, environment wise, and ergonomics wise. Ergonomics is a different science, which means it controls your energy, what energy you have. You have to utilize your energy in your system, in daily system, maintenance system, work system, everywhere. Means there is some posture and there is some direction, what way you should sit, what way you should stand, what way you should watch your computer or what way you should think, and systematic management of your everyday life. Ergonomics is that subject. So all these three: safety, health, environment, ergonomics, I have included many talks on my videos, and those many of those URLs are given as this text of every video. You if you are interested, if you get something practical from experience, you can watch them if you have time. And if you're not interested, no problem, I'm just informing. Whenever your time in your life, if you have an interest or you want to know something, of course I'm not very high profile person, I'm not having much experience in my life, but whatever small broken experience I have, if you wish, you can share. For instance, I'm sharing that. So this was my little talk about. And now one more problem is that rising numbers of COVID patients in our country, in Africa, in Latin America, and additionally in Kuwait, for example, in Saudi, and also in other countries, UAE, and many other countries are coming up again cases. So despite they are taking every attempt to combat this, to contest with this attack of virus, that means it's moving and moving, it's not stopping. This is very important point from my perspective. I always spend some time on this, though this is not my subject, because it is world subject. It's more than everything else. It's more than my engineering. It's more than your engineering, your science or something, because this is life-related subject. This is much more important than something else. So I spend some time on that. It doesn't go waste. It's helpful if you understand that, if you take interest in that. But I'm not finding people are interested. I know reason is they are careless. Otherwise, they have more interest in games. They have more interest in films. They are more interested in whatever is non-productive activity. Now I have boiled this water, Captain Thomas. I want to take a different intervals, and I find that it works. Same thing, I take 3 or 4 times water, boil water, and gradually sip by sip, and I think it helps. And after taking the water also, I walk out sometimes if I go in the afternoon for walk, say 1 hour. I usually try like that. It helps. Hence, when I take hot water and go outside, of course with small bottle of ordinary water, though when I walk, say for about 1 hour, until that time I don't need water, because hot water is in my body. This hot is also condensed. Of course, water is there. Temperature, heated up heat also condenses down. So for 1 hour I don't need any water, but even then I take some quantity of water, maybe some dehydration or some energy should be there in the body. So that's my experiment I conduct many times. Sometime I used to take chilled water with me while walking outside in hot. I found that there was some problem with that. So I replaced that. So, well, I was talking about number of cases. Warning means warning it is that God from news that in coming months, for example, case of Delhi, say for more than 5 lakhs cases are expected. Cases total case of 5 lakhs or more infection expected by end of July in the month of August. And that if that's true means it happens. Say you realize that number. So you imagine what shall happen. We have many other cities congested, say like Bombay, Chennai, and many more cities all over in this country, and also towns. So this means if there's no control, if it moves on like this, and if tests are not conducted, something we ignore that because all governments are ignoring now lives of human beings, but they are more interested in economy, and that's why I take economy as a talk also in this. Economy is more important now rather than health. Now there was initial the serious about lockdown all that. Actually, this was time for lockdown, not that one, but now it's gone. All what has changed. Economy is playing its role on higher scale than health of human being. This is reality. This means our politicians of every country all over the world, they are more interested in economy and less interested in your lives and our lives. And particularly our people say, our politicians in this country say they have to be self-reliant, but they didn't explain what is self-reliant. That if somebody doesn't explain to you, this way you have to interpret meaning yourself. And meaning is that government has distanced off from you. Government has distanced off from you. You have to take your own care, and that is what is self-reliance is. Governments have no more interest in you but on economy front, and economic front is already crushed in all over the world. It's not because only we are there. Everywhere it is impacted upon, and America has say 4-5 crores people are unemployed. Same thing in Europe, many crores, and all over the world. Of course, even in Gulf countries which are self-reliant, but they're also now affected. So, like we are, if we move in the direction of increased number of cases, we may have, let us say, on an average 3%, if we take not more, 3% of population. Let's say we are just consider 60 crores rather than 130 crores. When there are kids and there are people, so let us say 60 crores people, and if let's say 5% are affected, how much it is? It is 3 crores. And if let us say more affected, so it can be whatever threatening number it is, means it's whatever dangerous figure is that. So we are going to be in crores and not in lakhs. If we keep in mind that, don't be surprised later on how these crores have come. It can come because we are careless. Our problem is we are not able to test all people, we are able to test everybody as Saudi is doing, UAE is doing, Kuwait is doing, many other countries are doing. Only we cannot do that. America did that and England did that because they concern about people here. Here is no concern about people. We have a free society. We are this type of democratic society where people have to take their own care. If you think this is right, it's up to you. But it's fact. It's fact means we are not in hands of politicians safe. We have to use our own hands to keep us safe. That is answer to every problem. That don't depend upon leaders of this country, depend upon yourself. That's what I say, because they have surrendered, they have raised their hands. We cannot do for you anything. That's another meaning of this. Now we come to economy, and you see economy is in very dangerous situation all over the world. They may say something, every country is saying something, but they are only saying from political consideration, not for real consideration. It may be America, it may be England, it may be Africa. There are clashes among society now, particularly racial clashes and SARS clashes. Racial clashes have come up in addition to COVID-19 clash, and this is not good for humanity. because because after all we are same all over world. We may consider different countries, but actually human is same all over world, and human problems are different. And I should say that you understand very well what is economy, how it affects. I think youth shall be affected in this, poor shall be affected, because if there are no jobs, means because of poor are not available, workers are not available, if factories are not able to run, if your industries are not able to run, every system breaks down, everything is in chain, and if chain breaks down, system breaks down, you can't expect economy to work, because economy depends on public, it depends on people, it doesn't depend on industrialists, it does not depend on politicians, it depends on us people wherever we are. If you don't work, you can't get anything. There may be a machine, big machine which can work, but if the operator is absent or there's no operator, that machine remains idle, it cannot work. This point you must understand. Work is dependent on human and machine. Human is first priority, machine is second priority. Here, human has been thrown in dustbin. Fact is fact. It's a factual statement I am making, that human values have not been considered by politicians. Human factor has been ignored by these politicians. Because of whatever reason, I am not going into that detail, because that's not my business. You have to analyze yourself what your leaders have done for you. Now, economy is in doldrum everywhere, and it may be airlines, or it may be hotels, or it may be factories, it may be production units, or whatever. Everywhere there is a kick, there's an axe on everything, and this axe is so much, and also it's evidence that economy of world was never strong. This is also true by this factor. Economy of world was never strong, but we are all in wrong conception that world is having that much economy, America is having that much economy, England is having that, and European Union is having that, and China is having that, and we are having that. It was all imagination. There was no economy. Had there been a strong economy, reliable economy, we should have stopped weeping on economy just in a couple of months. A couple of months have taught us that there is no real economy in world, there is no real leadership in world, there is no real concern for people. And when this happens, means public also should understand what is good or what is bad for them. Now I have to start on other subjects. This was my introductory subjects, and this I consider very important for everybody. It's not myself alone. I just want to share my knowledge, because maybe I'm not that much experienced as other people are. But whatever I have, I can share, I share. My ultimate conclusion in this part of talk is that human has been forgotten, economy is remembered. At this stage, all countries are in competition of opening their, or you can say, lifting up your lockdowns. All countries are in that mood, and before they were in mad just to start lockdown. So lockdown is no meaning now, because they don't want that to, you should consider that. If lakhs die or crores die, politicians do not mean that. They don't care for that. Yes, they will do politics with everybody, they will play with all that. You have to understand that. Human has been condemned by governments, and only economy is in mind. They are moving with that economy, they are ignoring all human beings. That's what my conclusion for this portion is. Now come on to next portion. I told that I will do take some part in concrete specifications, and that in relation to Qatar, especially 2014, and then I'll take FIDIC red book continuation, and then you can say EPC, the silver book continuation. Do that. So now I'm jumping onto concrete, because concrete, as word itself says, is very strong meaning, and concrete itself is that strong. As word itself says, I mean to say, if somebody says meaning, tell me concrete meaning, It doesn't mean concrete material meaning. This means concrete means a kind of verb or adverb. You can say that. That meaning it's demanded. So concrete is generally applied term to strength or to solidity of something, and that's concrete. That's what we call concrete. Something solid, something dependent on which you rely. That's that one. This was just QCS, we call it Qatar concrete specification. I am inclined towards this because I worked on it in Qatar. I worked for over 6 years in different stages, 4 years in one stage and 1 year in another stage and 1 year in another stage. So in total, I worked in Qatar as during my career. I worked there from 1985 to around 1989, then 95 to 96, and then 2003 to 2004. Exactly, I don't remember. Yes, it was 2003 to 2004 I worked there. So in three stages I stayed there for about 6 years. And also in UAE I worked about 6 years, 2-3 years on one side, and then in offices, building section. And I also worked in Saudi for about 6 months, and in Iraq for 2 years, in India for 2 years. So I can say that I learned something from Qatar as far as management is concerned. Means you can say you could get your knowledge from there, which is better one. So this is now Qatar section, concrete section, specification 2014. Of course, this is 6 years back, but still, maybe there are some more changes. I don't have that information, but because this file is too heavy, I could be able to download only this part file, because other if you take total specifications, it's many thousand pages, and that site script.com did not allow to download that. So I could not download that, and that's too much voluminous. I can't share all that. It will take much time to read that. So I tried to get this involvement of section 5, that is concrete. And yesterday I talked of that. So in this I talked yesterday about general and then introduction. Then I talked about scope, reference, definitions, approvals, products of implementation, approved material, field quantity controls, rejected materials records, and also then there was general statement, that was introduction, scope, and then many other details of sections and references, and then I went on to definitions of various terms, and it was then continuation of so many notations and institutions, and then approvals and implementation of approved installers and field quality control. Then it was about rejected materials, records, and table 1 sampling procedures, and then it was said table 1-2 minimum testing equipment for each state. This was where then there is about concrete, that is aggregates. Aggregates means general is scope, references, definition, source approval, sampling, quality and testing, storage at contact plant, and fine aggregates for concrete and mortar, and coarse aggregate for concrete, combined aggregate for concrete, washing and processing, and lightweight aggregate and coarse recycle aggregate. Then it was for aggregates in general, and that was various parts of this. That's part 3, cementous materials explained, part 4, water, then property requirement, part 6, and part 7 is concrete plants, and part 8 is transportation and planning of concrete, and part 15 is hot weather conditions, and part 17 is structured precast concrete, and part 18 is pre-stressed concrete. Then there were references of various institutions and codes. So I leave that because I explained the definitions of aggregate, and then it's about source approval, and then sampling also, and then quality and testing of everything was there. Then storage of contractor plant, and then it is about table 2, list of physical, chemical and mechanical properties, aggregates for normal concrete, and we have gone through that. So now we have fine aggregates also we have gone through, and then coarse aggregate of course we have gone through, combined aggregate of course we have gone through, the washing and procedure, lightweight aggregate, general recycle aggregate, recycle aggregate, and we reached up to that, and then we say table 2 to just where requirements for course RC and course RA. masses. We've gone through that, and now therefore we are here. Yes. Cement is metals we talked about. This is general scope, references, terms and definitions, course approval, sampling, quality and testing, delivery, storage, handling. And then it was about cement is materials, general and references, institutions and codes, etc. And then terms and definitions, source approval. And then sampling, quality and testing, all that, and delivery, storage and handling. Then you say concrete continues, then cement is materials continue, and then this end of part of that name. It's about water. Now it's section 5 concrete part 4, and that's water. We are here on this page 22 of the specifications, and out of 205 pages is page 22 QCS 2014, and section 5 of QCS and part 4 of section 5. We are going to deal with this. And because now water, here is water, then 4.1 is general, then scope, references, the quality of water, general pH of water. I'm just overlapping this because I included last time, but no problem, I'll refresh that. The permissible temperature, then supply and storage and testing and sampling and health and safety. This is all that's about water, and water now says general. This scope is about this, and the part includes water used for concrete, mixture, washing of aggregate and equipment, wetting of surface, or ponding during curing, or for wetting, formwork and washing, reinforcement. Now related sections of these parts are this section, and also part 2, part 6, part 9, part 10, part 11. Part 2 relates to aggregate, part 6 relates to property requirements, part 9 relates to formwork, and part 10 relates to curing, and part 11 relates to reinforcement. And then this 412 reference, what these references are. Following standards are referred to in this part, and this ASTM 109 test method for compressive strength of hydraulic cement mortars using 2-inch or 50 mm cube specimen. Then B1377 methods of test for soils for civil engineering purpose. BS2690 methods of testing water used in industry. BS6068 water quality. And then BSEN ISO 9963-1 determination of total and composite alkalinity. Then BSEN 9 ISO 99632 determination of carbonate alkalinity. And then BEN 1961.1 determination of strength, and EN 1962-2 methods of testing cement part 2 chemical analysis of cement, and 1963 is determination of setting time and soundness. And then EN 1008 is mixing water for concrete, specifications for sampling, testing and assessing suitability of water, including water recovered from processes in concrete industry as mixing water for concrete. Then SM5220B chemical oxygen demand, that's called COD. Then SM4500 is a standard methods for examination of water and wastewater. Then ISO 7890 water quality, that the determination of rain nitrate, differentiation of nitrate. Part 1 to 6 the methylpheno spectrometric method, the methylphenol specifics. Then SM3125B ICP-MS metals by inductively coupled plasma mass spectrometry. And then quality of water. Now start with that. Quality of water. We should keep in mind that concrete cannot be taken for granted. In fact, concrete is such a material that's because the father of every material we use on buildings. Concrete is, you can say, not only material, It is life of building. It's not simply material. You cannot consider, oh, I will take a material. No, that's not, because this material is father of all material, because other materials rely on this material. Just like we have clear saying, we clearly state without any restriction on mind, without any control on something. You can say that concrete is not concrete alone. It is structure of building. Building is structure or is structure otherwise. You may consider whatever work you do. It will be building, it will, or you can say industrial house, factory, flyover, airport, and all that time, whatever. There's no place, there's no project where concrete is not used. Concrete is not used, very important statement. That time is over. You can say 60, 70, 80 years back, concrete was not that much in abundance. So people used to depend on brick buildings covered with certain curries, or you can say supporting system. But now concrete is indispensable, you may say, indispensable. You cannot expect any building all over the world that without concrete you can produce that. If you think that is, then you are living in fool's paradise. No way out. You may work in architecture, you may work in engineering, you may work in profession or somewhere else. Concrete is your, wall, roof. Concrete is around you everywhere. You go to office, it's concrete office. You go to school, it's concrete school. You go to hospital, it's concrete hospital. Wherever you go, you will find concrete, and concrete, and sometimes therefore environment people used to call it concrete jungle or concrete forest. That's true. It's a concrete jungle, but it's not natural jungle. It's jungle with different mechanisms, different designs, which only human can think. I'm not saying that God is not got no place in that. God has equal place in that, but God speaks through our minds. God does everything through our minds. We cannot do anything without help of God. That's also a fact. So if some material is that important for me, let us say, just like my blood is important for my body, my mind is important for my body, my heart is important for my body, or my all organs are important for my body, for its continuity of existence, as well as for its continuous requirement of healthy system in body. Concrete is also same. Concrete is not simply a mixture of certain ingredients like cement, sand, aggregate, or that. It's not that simply. It's something else. We should not consider concrete as material alone. It cannot be considered material alone because there is no such material available in yours. It's a combination of various materials. But technology exists. You cannot take for granted concrete, at least. Yes, brick can be taken for granted, blocks can be taken for granted, because those are not structural elements. Those are not certainly. And that is beauty of engineering, civil engineering, that something you do and something you assume and something is imaginary sometimes. Means if you talk to some common man, what do you know about deflection, or what do you know about shear force, or what do you know about bending moment? Common person cannot understand all that. It's not because they don't, because it's not their field. You have been taught that in your university, in your syllabus, that's why you know. Otherwise, who knows? People don't understand what concrete is, they play with it. They play with it. I have seen people, for them it's a material. It's no technology. There's a difference now. Either you use concrete as a technology, or you use concrete as material. Both are different situations. Like you see my friend saying, sorry, I could not notice it. Miss, I don't know, Rita Kumari must be Miss. Hi, Miss Rita Kumari, how do you do? Sorry, I missed your name. I'm fine. I'm very fine. And how do you do? Do you understand what I'm talking of? Well, Rita is there. No issue, no problem. I'll just say thanks for that. Thanks, Miss Rita. Thanks, Rita. Alright. So, I continue with that. So, we have to understand this point. One part is material and one part is technology. Means you consider it as technology. If you consider it as technology, in that case there is too much to learn about this. No end. Or if you just take its material, then you can consume it, you can use it, and that's all, nothing else. You can use and consume, that's it. Consume means, I'm not saying eat it, consume means consume in your project. For then it's your stones, dust, water, cement. Otherwise, it's technology. Technology means based on techno-science, technique and logic, which is science, based on, you can say, applied science, based on that. It is technology. Technology is very tough word, but it is to be understood properly. When we say technology means you must understand thoroughly, complete analysis of technology, research on technology, and then applications on technology. Without applications, no technology can develop. Without applications. Application and then research on application, which we can say operational research, because concrete is itself an operation. Concrete itself is an operation of huge magnitude, huge innovational work. This concrete cannot be understood even by technicians, by engineers in many ways. Why I just try to include this in my talk? Not because I know everything about this, but something we should know. Whatever information is available, we should know, and as much as we know, we can improve our knowledge, and when we improve our knowledge, certainly we'll apply that. We apply that in our works, in our field, in our projects. This means every new project should be based on added information, and that's true. Every other project which comes in, and whatever information we collected in our minds, in our references, those apply on projects. Means we have to think differently, like professionals who want to know everything in advanced stage. Means we say profession, what does that mean? It means you have knowledge, or you are going to acquire knowledge, or you have already acquired that, which is based on advanced subjects, advanced stage of subjects. So when you learn concrete, it's not that much important, because that time you learn only from point of view, getting through examination. But when you learn in field, based on research throughout world, you pick up so much also if you work. And if you don't work like many people do, as a pastime, then you should not go to engineering, because engineering does not feed you there. Engineering is not pastime. It's not a pastime only, it's to learn and to do something on field, in field. And that's the reason what I discovered here in my country, people are not very clear about concrete, about concrete technology and concrete management. So it was my thought that I should help people, at least to share my knowledge with them if I cannot do more than that. And it's based on my talk to many people, and I talk to them and I raise some questions that they are unable to answer. Means about let's say what is concrete, how it works, and how it can be controlled, its temperature can be controlled. First of all, they don't understand temperature of control applications there. You don't understand. And how to reduce carbon dioxide release, a quantity which is much more if you use cement, ordinary cement. It gives you about a 45 kilogram carbon dioxide from a bag of cement. You can say a bag of cement is 50 kilogram, and if that releases 45, say 45 kilogram of carbon dioxide itself and comes in contact with other materials. So you know how much against environment we work. How many bags of cement are consumed every day? Every day our country, how much pollution we add to environment due to that. That is a point where we have to understand, that. And with that only, with that only, I, with that only, I try to get into this subject, into this topic at least, and that's why this is 13 concrete. I'm just moving on to that now, so that we can move further. That's about quality of water. Quality of water. Make some quality of water. After all, what's that? Potable water. We say potable water. Potable water is suitable. Potable water is suitable for use in concrete, while water of other origin such as underground water, natural surface water, recovered water, as well as municipal treated water or mixed water shall be tested to prove that its quality shall conform to water quality requirements as given below in 4.3. On site where a permit is issued for municipal treated effluent use of concrete, effluent shall be treated by tertiary treatment, that is tertiary treatment stage, which is reverse osmosis, that's RO, and disinfection, that's ultraviolet radiation or ozonation. Water shall be examined in accordance with test procedures stated in Table 1 EN 1008. Water not conforming to one or more of requirements in Table 1 EN 1008 may be used only if it can be shown to be suitable for use in concrete in accordance with physical test of Table 1 below. Now, site health and safety services and treated effluent quality shall fulfill requirements of 5. Now, pH of water, as pH of water used in concrete works shall be shown in Table 4.2. We'll see all that now. Permissible temperature, it's a very important point of concrete which we miss always in our country. Temperature of water for concrete shall not be less than 5 degrees Celsius and not more than 40 degrees Celsius. So 5 and 40 range should be used for water. If it goes to 5 degrees, it's like chilled water, it won't work. Or if it's more than 40 degrees, it will work, provided you take care of your body. Let's say 5 degrees and 40 degrees range of water. Water may be cooled to not less than 5 degrees, and by gradual addition of chilled water or ice or follows. What is that? No ice particles shall be present in mix. No ice means it should be completely transformed to water. Alternatively, flaked ice may be used. Flaked ice or ice to be used shall be crust and shall be product of frozen water which complies with acceptance criteria on table 4.1, 4.2 and 4.3. Every effort should be made to protect water pipes and tanks from sun, that is burying, shadowing, insulation or painting white. Means if it is underground in buried, it should be better, or if it is in shade, it's better. If insulation is done, it's better. Painting white is also supported. So supply and storage then is regarding that. How to supply and store. Contractor shall make his own arrangements and obtain approval of engineer for supply of water. Storage of water should be such that contamination is prevented. Contamination is prevented. From occurring, contamination is prevented from occurring, and measures taken to avoid contamination of water shall be to approval of engineer. Engineer means approval of contract engineer means engineer who is supervising contract. Consultant, you can say approval of real consultant, you may say that. Then testing and sampling. Whenever required to do so by engineer, contractor shall take samples of water being used or which it is proposed to use for mixing concrete and test them for quality requirements. Now we come forward. Whenever required to do so, whenever it's required by engineer, contractor shall take samples of water being used of which it is proposed to use for mixing concrete and test them for quality. Sample of water is of not less than 5 liters. Sample of water not less than 5 liters be taken, sealed and sent for testing at an approved independent laboratory. Now we say 5 liters you have to take to laboratory. In sealed and sent for testing, approved in terms of laboratory prior to approval of any water source, and whenever source of water is changed periodically during contamination, the continuance of its use. My legs are actually heated up. I want to take little directional change, so I feel a little comfortable. I was squeezed in seat. I want to little relax on this. I don't know why I'm getting thirsty every time. Taking more and more water. I know that I can't avoid that. I have taken tea early morning. Well, it's not in my hands. What to do? No. Let's relax and talk to you then. So we can say water of questionable quality. Water of questionable quality should comply with physical tests of table 4.1 and chemical limitations listed in table 4.2 and table 4.3. No source of water shall be used until required tests have demonstrated its suitability for concreting. Use of water from a municipal or a government supply does not preclude requirement for testing. You have to test even in that case. Table 4.1 says acceptance criteria and physical tests for mixing water. What it says, table 4.1. Now, there are 3 columns in this table. One column is not giving anything, second one is test method, and third one is limit. So what first says now, compressive strength at 7 days. Compressive strength at 7 days, minimum percentage of control, EN 1961 and 90%, that's limit. Now, it's acceptance criteria and physical test for mixing water. So, compressive strength at 7 days, minimum percentage of control, test method is EN 196-1 and limit is 90%. Then setting time, maximum deviation from control, that is hours minimum. Then EN 1963 and limit is from 1 early to 1:30 late. Table 4.2 is chemical limitation for mixing water. This is chemical limitation for mixing water, and that is A. There are 3 columns in this. One is parameters, second is test method, third is maximum limit milligram per liter. Now, chloride HCl, there are further limits. UA, so it's now chloride HCl, which is, test method is BS6068 and 1, that's -1, and 37 ISO 9297. Now in this, A1 is for pre-stress concrete, and maximum length limit per milligram per liter in this case is chloride Cl in pre-stress concrete is 500, and okay, then you can say for pre-stress concrete it is 500 milligram per liter. For reinforced concrete 1000 milligram per liter. For concrete without reinforcement 4500 milligrams per liter. Then we go to sulfates as SO4, and that is EN 196-2. In this case is 2000 milligram per liter. So we go back to sulfates, and that is EN 196-2. This is 2000 milligram per liter. Then alkali. Alkali, which is tested as BS6068-251. Alkali carbonates and bicarbonates, that is BSCN ISO 3, D, no, alkali, that is BS 6068-2, 1. Now we go to alkali, which I said, alkali carbonate and bicarbonate, which is tested BSE and ISO 399631, 500 milligram per liter, and then that is milligram per liter, and then alkali equivalent sodium oxide, which is EN 196 to 1500 milligram per liter, and in previous one alkali carbonates and bicarbonates. There are two. One is 907, this is BSE and ISO 99631. There's another one, BSO and ISO 99632. So then we go to total dissolved ions, including A, B, and C above. What is total dissolved is that this test is BS 1377 part 3, and in that is this is D1 for pre-stressed concrete, and then reinforced concrete, and then for concrete without reinforcement. And in pre-stressed concrete should be 1000 milligram per liter, and reinforced concrete is 2000 milliliter per liter, milliliter, not gram actually. Let us see, it's milligram it is. Milligram, reinforced concrete is 2000 milligram per liter, and for concrete with reinforcement it is 500 milligram per liter. Then pH value, BS 6068-2.42 is 50 is 6.529, and then table 4.3 is the maximum limit of harmful contaminants. You have to check that as well during testing. There are maximum limit of harmful contaminants. There are 3 columns here. One is COD and this chemical oxygen demand. Other one is SN5220, and then 50 it says maximum limit. Now for COD it is SM5220B, and it is 50 milligram per liter. Phosphate expressed as PO4, and this is SMS4500, PBC SMS4500, and SM stands for standard, as in PD by subtraction. And then you can say here, you see nitrate, you say phosphate expresses PO4 and nitrate expresses NO3, ISO 87800 100, and lead expressed in POPV SM31250B, and that's it. And the says after that is zinc expressed as Zn part 2. This is SM3125B, ICP, and ICB and MS. It's 100 milligram per liter. Now, when it says, I understand that health and SM standards of methods, SM standards method for examination of water and whatsoever. Health and safety, we have to first think of that. because I'm just repeating this one because you need further information on this. And health and safety on water conservation. On site where a permit is issued for municipal treated water use in construction works, effluent should be treated by tertiary treatment, that is stage including filtration, disinfectant. That is filtration is one, and disinfectant is chlorine use or use chlorination or ultraviolet radiation or ozonation. Furthermore, following site health and safety services and treated effluent quantity, treated effluent quantity shall be fulfilled. I'm sorry, quality. Sorry, treated effluent quality shall be printed, shall be fulfilled. A residual chlorine level should be within range of 0.5 to 1 milligram per liter. Residual one, which is not utilized, means it is just lying waste. Then that is 0.5 to 1 milligram per liter for water to be used for concrete. And this disinfectant shall be ultraviolet radiation or ozonation. Next, these V. coliform level shall fulfill one of following. You said V. coli, bacteria coli, and we call that, so it's coliform. And that's one. Federal coliform. Federal coliform, Miss coliform level shall fulfill one of following. Fecal coliform, and that is 200 is less than 200 is less than 200 CFU over 100 milliliter. In case there is no direct exposure on site labor, then after that is total coliform should be, this is fecal coliform, total is less than 23 CFU per 100 milliliter. In case there is direct exposure on labor, on site labor. Then site shall be facilitated by heat and health and safety guidance. Site shall be facilitated by health and safety guidelines, signs, where it is indicated by Arabic, English, or whatever other languages, where there is 5 workers or more on site, where water not for human consumption, right. Site shall be facilitated. After that, we can say water not for human consumption. We can further say site shall be facilitated by health and safety equipment as well as personal health and safety protection equipment, both. Now, workers shall follow health and safety guidelines and instructions and use their health and safety personal protection equipment. Now we are going to next, that is section 5 and part 5, admixtures. So we'll go to concrete part 5. Admixtures. In this, there's an index, and that's it. Admixtures Now, general in that is scope, references, definitions, submittals, use of admixtures, general, trial, and waterproofing admixtures are that is general, water resisting admixtures, permeability reducing admixtures, and submittals, then general organic corrosion inhibitors and inorganic corrosion inhibitors. It's all inhibitors. See, organic corrosion inhibitors. Now we start this, we can say, admixtures, and it's very important chapter from engineering viewpoint and batching viewpoint. It says the scope is, this part includes materials added to concrete materials during mixing. Concrete is a material, and these materials and mixes we are using to make it better, make it improve. So now we say, I'm going a little slow on this because related sections and parts are as follows. General property requirements, concrete plants, and my miscellaneous. References are standards and other documents which are referred to in this part. ACI 212-3R 10. Report on chemical admixtures for concrete, it is. Then ACI 302, Guide for concrete, floor and slab construction. Then hot weather concrete, this is ACI 305 and ACI 308, standard practice for curing concrete. ASTM C494, standard specification for chemical admixture for concrete, and ASTM C1582, standard specification for admixtures to inhibit chloride induced corrosion of reinforcing strength in. After that is ASTM C for the standard specific chemical admixtures for concrete, and ASTM C1582 standard specific admixtures to inhibit chloride induced corrosion or reinforced steel in corrosion. Reinforcing steel in corrosion. So ASTM 16582. In that case now, I'll say ASTM C1582 standard specific for admixtures to inhibit chloride induced is very important. I am preparing chloride induced corrosion, this inhibitor, and reinforced steel and reinforcing steel in concrete, corrosion of that, it is induced corrosion of that. BSEN 934 admixtures for concrete, mortar and grout, part 2 6 it is, and BSEN 196 methods of testing cement, and BSEN 14889, this is fibers for concrete. Yeah. After that is BSEN 196, which is method of testing cement and grout. I already told you 9.5 is grout, and EN BSEN 14889 fibers for concrete, which may be polymer fibers, definitions of fibers and specifications and known conformity. NSF is standard 61. So we go on further with definitions now. Definitions of that. See, few friends are working on it. We made very much. Now definitions of that is admixtures are materials. You should, what is admixture? Somebody asks you, what is admixture? Admixtures are materials added during mixing concrete process. Added during mixing process of concrete to modify properties of concrete mixed in fresh and or hardened state. Then 5 and 4, this is submetals now. So first it said that it's mixing process of concrete during which admixture is added to concrete. Admixture is added to fresh concrete or hardened concrete. We'll see how it's talking of hardened state now. Now submetals are, in addition to specified general requirements, for approval of materials, approval of admixtures shall be subject to extensive trials to demonstrate suitable adequacy of dosing, arrangements and performance. Now, if see submetals, if you understand this submetals, is very important. Addition to specified general requirements of for approval of materials, approval of admixtures shall be subject to extensive trial to demonstrate suitability, adequacy of dosing, arrangements, and performance. Now, we go further, and that is use of admixtures. Use of admixtures. Admixtures are materials added to concrete mixed materials during mixing process to modify its properties in fresh and in hardened state. Where approved and or directed by engineer, admixtures shall be used as a means of, number 1, enhancing concrete durability. Enhancing concrete durability, that is number 1. Alright, then go further. Number 2 is increasing workability of concrete without increasing water cement ratio. Increasing workability of concrete without increasing water cement ratio. Workability, you must understand, those engineers who can understand, otherwise I'll explain to you. Workability means ease of concrete pouring into members, into prepared works like shuttering. It should be conveniently poured without causing any problem. Means problem of pouring, problem of vibration, again, it should be good enough in its consistency that should not cause any problem while working on that. And that is your That is your increased workability of concrete without increase in water cement ratio. Controlling retardation and setting time. Controlling retardation and setting time. And these are three main. One is enhancing concrete durability. Durability means it's a long-term property which say, let us say, should stay for 50 years. It should work for 50 years. That is durability. With same use, same power, same strength, it should work like that. That is called durability. Then increase workability of concrete without increasing water cement ratio, and controlling retardation and setting time. Controlling retardation and to increase setting time. If setting time is to be increased, so it's like that. Then 3 is admixture shall comply with following BSEN 0934 2 requirements or equivalent ASTM seal 494. This is number 3. Admixtures shall comply with following BSE 934 2 requirements are equivalent ASTMC 4494. Now, water reducing plasticizing admixture. Water reducing plastic size admixture. Okay, now it says water reducing or plasticizing admixtures means we have to reduce quantity of water, so we have to plasticize mix so that it is liquefied enough to move. Now, high range water reducers or reducing plasticizing and high range water reducer, high range water reducing plasticizer admixture, and then set retarding admixtures. Methods and quantities of admixture. Methods and quantities of admixture used shall be in accordance with manufacturer's instruction and subject to engineer's approval after evaluation in trial mixes, and shall in no way limit contractor's obligations under contract to produce concrete with specified strength, workability and durability. Let us repeat this paragraph. This is technical paragraph, you can see like that. It says that, let me relaxing way, I'm just right now. Methods and quantities of admixture used shall be in accordance with manufacturer's instruction and subject to engineer's approval after evaluation in trial mixes, and shall in no way limit contractor's obligations under contract to produce concrete with specified strength, workability and durability. Next is effects of accidental overdose. Effects of accidental overdose of admixture and measure to be taken if an overdose occurs shall be provided by contractor to engineer. No admixture containing chlorides, no admixture containing chlorides shall be used, because chlorides is harmful, shall be used. No effects of chlorides, overdose of admixtures. No admixture containing chlorides, this confusion. No admixture containing chlorides shall be used. In particular, use of acceleration admixtures containing calcium chlorides shall not be used. Again I am telling, no admixtures containing chlorides means no admixture containing chlorides shall be used. In particular, use of acceleration admixtures containing calcium chloride shall not be used. Now, now use of admixture shall be controlled, that is strict quality control. Alright, use of admixture shall be controlled, that is strict control to ensure concrete doses as prescribed by manufacturer, not justified by trial mixes to be used and justified. Use of admixtures shall be controlled, that is strict quality control to ensure correct doses as prescribed by manufacturer and justified by trial mixes to be used. A calibrated dispenser or flow meter to be used for addition of admixtures. Now trials. In addition to standard requirements for approvals of materials, approval of admixtures shall be subject to extensive trial to demonstrate suitability, adequacy of dosing, arrangements and performance when a proven history of performance cannot be provided to satisfaction of engineer. Now waterproofing admixtures. Trial is over. Now general. Admixture shall be suitable for use in Gulf conditions, because this is from Gulf, and specially formulated for higher ambient temperature. Now admixture shall be added per manufacturer's data sheet, approved third party laboratory. Verification shall be conducted prior to use of materials. Verification shall be conducted prior to use of material for works. This manufacturer's technical representative shall be present to ensure proper doses of admixture during trial mix. Water resisting admixtures. Water resisting admixtures. Water resisting admixtures may be used with permission of engineer and shall comply with the requirement of BS EN 9342. Admixture is to be added per manufacturer supplier data sheet at time of mixing, and approved lab verification shall be made prior to use. Now 533. Permeability reducing mixtures. Sweating, even high humidity is hard. Sweating. Permeability reducing admixtures. Admixture shall be a permeability reducing admixture. Permeability reducing admixture. You know what is permeability? When water can penetrate, water or moisture can penetrate into concrete or can move into concrete through its voids or pores or whatever you can call, water can enter concrete and pass in through to whatever millimeter, it's called permeability. So admixture shall be a permeability reducing agent. We have to reduce that property of water to move in, and as less water moves in, it's better. Lesser water moving in better for concrete because it's not permeable, it's impermeable. Water should not move in concrete because it can cause reduction in property of concrete, and also it can reach reinforcement, that is steel bars, to corrode them, to rust them. Therefore, admixture shall be permeable. Admixture shall be permeability reducing. We have to reduce permeability, that admixture like that. Reducing admixture for non-hydrostatic conditions. Non-hydrostatic conditions means when there is no water in concrete. No water, it's not water concrete. And for hydrostatic conditions means where there is hydrostatic means you can say indicated by SI 212-3R10 crystalline waterproofing admixture. So PRA we can say permeability reducing admixture in non-hydrostatic conditions, and PRAH you say permeability reducing admixtures in hydraulic conditions. This is full form of this PRAH. Now for PRAH, this means hydraulic conditions where water is there. Independent testing shall be performed according to NSF standards 61 and approval of use of waterproofing material on structures holding potable water shall be evidenced by NSF certification. Submit rules. How to submit that? The question is how to submit. Contractor shall, let's say, contractor shall submit manufacturer's specifications. Contractor shall submit manufacturer's specifications, installation instructions, and others data to show compliance with requirements of this part of specification and contract documents. Contractor shall submit comprehensive test results for waterproofing admixtures as per test in specification and evidence of these ability to meet all requirements specified. Contractor shall submit a guarantee for waterproofing admixtures. Guarantee shall be worded to reflect required performance of material and shall be approved by employer. I repeat, contractor shall submit a guarantee for waterproofing admixtures. Guarantee shall be worded to reflect required performance of material and shall be approved by engineer. Corrosion inhibiting admixtures, number 4. So we have to submit all that. So what submissions are required? Manufacturer's specifications, installation instructions, and other data to show compliance with requirements of this part, and specifications and contract documents. Then second is submission of test results, comprehensive submission of test results for waterproofing admixtures per test in specification and evidence that their ability to meet requirements. And then it's about guarantee of for waterproofing mixtures. Guarantee shall be worded. Guarantee shall be worded. Now we'll go to corrosion inhibit admixtures and submit them. Of course, general now. It's 5 is champion. Let's go that. Oh, that. Well, this is a very boring subject, but it's very important. Concrete is very important. Where reinforced concrete structures are exposed to aggressive environment, such as underground and marine structures. Marine structure located at sea. Use of corrosion inhibiting admixtures shall be used. Simple. Corrosion inhibiting admixture shall comply with ASTM C1582 standard specification for admixture to inhibit chloride induced corrosion. Chloride induced corrosion of reinforcing steel in concrete. Chloride enemy of steel, you can say. Corrosion, chlorides, you can say chlorides induce corrosion of reinforcing steel in concrete. Now, organic corrosion inhibitors. Admixture shall be based on either aqueous emulsion or admixture. Admixture shall be based on either aqueous emulsion of amines. Wait a minute. Corrosion inhibiting admixture shall comply with ASTM C1582 standard specifications for admixture to inhibit chloride induced corrosion reinforcing steel in concrete. Then next is organic corrosion inhibitor. First, organic corrosion inhibitor. Admixture shall be based on either aqueous emulsion of amines and esters or amine carboxylates, amine carboxylates, and shall be capable of forming a protective corrosion resistant film around steel reinforcement. That's organic corrosion inhibitors is that. Let's see what's that. Admixture shall be based on either aqueous emulsion of amines and so organic corrosion inhibitor. Again, I am reading organic. This is admixture shall be based on either aqueous emulsion. Aqueous means water emulsion of amines and esters or amine carboxylates, and shall be capable of forming a protective corrosion resistant film around steel reinforcement. Now let's move on. It says that corrosion inhibitor shall be capable of effecting protection to steel where concrete has cracked and allows access of elements responsible for corrosion. Organic corrosion inhibitors have a fixed doses rate independent of chloride levels and shall be incorporated in doses rate recommended and tested by manufacturer. Inorganic corrosion, corrosion inhibitors shall be capable of effective protection to steel where concrete has cracked and allows access to elements responsible for corrosion. Organic corrosion inhibitors have a fixed dosage rate independent chloride levels and shall be incorporated at doses rate recommended and tested by manufacturer. Then inorganic corrosion inhibitors. This are organic, now inorganic. Corrosion inhibitors. Now inorganic carbonic, this is inorganic corrosion inhibitor. Actually this is inorganic corrosion inhibitors shall be based on calcium nitrite, NITRI, not RA, nitrite. Calcium nitrite capable of oxidizing steel, to a more stable form, increasing its passivity in presence of chlorides. See what's that? Inorganic calcium nitrite. This is inorganic corrosion inhibitor. Means inorganic corrosion inhibitor doesn't what or inorganic corrosion inhibitor shall be based on calcium nitride capable of oxidizing steel to more stable form, increasing its passivity in presence of chlorides. Doses of inorganic corrosion inhibitors ranges from 10 to 30 liter per meter cube. 10 to 30 liter per meter cube, depending on expected chloride levels as defined by ACI 212 table. Okay, now 10 to 30 we say liters per meter cube, which is actually I use 10 liters when we were doing pile foundations in buildings. Usually 10 liters is required, but now it's giving 30 liters maximum. So we can reduce its expansion. That 30 back must be there. There's some fancy. Just like these people. Now we go end of this part and we will go to that is property requirements of concrete. Property requirement. Now it says scope, references, definitions, submittals. This is in general. Then exposure classes, and then exposure is general, reinforcement, corrosion and sulfate classes, and this fresh concrete, that is general, grades of concrete, then durability requirements, and in that is general, maximum acid soluble, chloride contents, type of cementing materials, resistance to alkali silica reaction, recommendations to resist reinforce and corrosion, recommendations to resist sulfate attack, durability related properties, and design of concrete mixes. Concrete, you can say on trial, maximum of trial. Okay, now we move further. Let's so, as I said, design of concrete mixes, concrete trial mixes, quality and testing, general test for concrete, hardened test for fiber reinforced concrete, quality control charts, works test cubes, rejection of concrete mixes, rejection of concrete mixes, and unsatisfactory concrete works. So I repeat this long one. This says general, it says scope, references, definitions, submittals, it says exposure classes. This is general, reinforcement, corrosion, and sulfate classes, fresh concrete in general, and then grade of concrete, durability requirements, general, and then maximum acid soluble chloride contents, and types of cementitious materials, and then resistance to alkali silica reaction, recommendation to resist reinforcement corrosion, then recommendations to resist. Okay, now we move further. Let us say trial mixes, quality and testing, general test for concrete, hardened test for fiber reinforced concrete, quality control and works test cubes, and rejection of concrete mixes, and unsatisfactory concrete works. It's now property requirements. Let us say property requirements. Property of concrete. It's not property of money, it's property of concrete. General, this part includes grade 15 MPa. Grade 15 MPa. What is 15 MPa? When we say grade, what does it mean? Concrete as a material has certain strength, and there are different types of concrete with different strengths, and that strength is measured as grade. When we say M15, this means that concrete is having 15 Newton per millimeter square compressive strength on 28 days test of custom. This means is that M15, M20, M25, M30, M35, M40, M45, M50, M60, M70, M80, M90, whatever is this indicates strength. Means if you have a cube of 150 mm by 150 mm cube, you understand? Cube like sugar cube. There's a concrete cube that is 6 inches by 6 inches by 6 inches, or 150 mm by 150 mm by 150 mm. We during concrete we make this cube as sample. When you say slump is cleared, air void is clear, everything is clear, we take sample of that cube immediately, same time as concrete is being cast. Then that cube is cured next day, is taken out for mold, and we keep it permanently cured, regularly cured for 7 days, and then take out some of them and go to laboratory to test that. And similarly on 28 days we test, and also we can test on 56 days depending upon what is our lab. And when it goes to machine below compression testing, this cube breaks at some load. Because this is a bigger cube, this is 15 by 15, then you can say that big cube, same load is applied according to that cube, and as you swim, it's going down. Okay, so when this cracks, this cube, this continuous load from that machine goes on gradually increasing this load, and at some load it cracks and does not take any more load. Now let us say it's 15 Newton per millimeter square, and this is 150 into 150 millimeter. If you multiply it with that and you multiply with 15, you will get Newton loads. So that is test load where this cube fails, and we give that grade to this concrete. So we have to calculate accordingly how it works. Let us say now I am taking 115 concrete. Actually, if I convert it to units of compression in MKS, that we say it is M150 kilogram per centimeter square. M150 in, rather I'm saying M15, I would say 150 kilogram per centimeter square. So I can say it's 0.15 ton, 0.15 ton per centimeter square. 0.15 ton per centimeter square. So we can easily calculate it. Let us say we are saying 0.15 ton, 0.15 ton multiplied by 0.15 meter, or you can say 0.15 ton per centimeter square. So 0.15 ton into you can say into 0.15 ton into 1.15 into 0.15. This is 33.75 tons. 33.75 tons. This means when your machine reaches 33.75 tons load, this cube must crack. And if it does not crack at that point, or it cracks before that, before 33.75 tons, this means your concrete is weaker than that defined. Or if it goes upper, 34, 35, 36, this means concrete is having higher strength. But there is a system to follow, there is a formula in which this is a range of this. So M15, like M25, like whatever you want to calculate, you have to test that, direct test of that cube, and we can say, yes, this is that grade. So grade means that, I'm not going to explain technically, but because it is required to be explained to everybody, that's why I said that. Engineers know about that. So this part includes grade 15 MPa and above of concrete to be used in civil works, with requirements for workability, permeability and drying shrinkage. Workability, permeability and drying shrinkage. These are properties included here which have their own meanings. Workability, as I showed, it's slump checks, or we can as plasticizers, so that it is easy to keep into your what you call it, drum, not drum actually, this what you call that, to workability means should be poured into location best way without causing any problem, which concrete should be poured, and as much easy it is to pour, that's easy workability. It should not aggregate, stone and sand should not be separated. They should be in same but easily pourable, in same consistency as we mix it. And permeability means lesser permeability, as I said. Water should not move through concrete. Minimum is better. We can say more and more water it moves through concrete. Concrete is not good. It's permeable. It is not impermeable. And Drying shrinkage is another property which says that when you have done concrete it starts its work within setting time. Once setting time is over, it starts its chemical reaction. When cement comes in contact with water, there is chemical reaction, and when chemical reaction starts and moves, concrete starts to dry because of dehydration of water. It starts to dry, and when it dries, it starts to shrink. Mean not expand but to shrink, and that is called drying shrinkage. This is where you have to avoid that. We'll explain how to do that now. Now, related sections and parts are as follows. In this section, then part 2 is aggregate, part 3 is cementitious materials, part 4 is water, part 5 is admixtures, part 7 is concrete plants, part 8 is transportation and placing of concrete, part 9 is formwork, and part 13 is inspection and testing of hardened concrete. These parts are shown here because these parts relate to concrete. All these parts, not exactly for this item but for all concrete. So 612, this references now, which are following standards and references to in this part. Designer along with contractor are responsible to use latest update standard as published in by organizations. So it says that again I say following standards are referred to in this part. Designer along with contractor are responsible to use latest update standard as published by organization. Alright, then move to ACI 2071R, Guide to Mass Concrete. Guide to Mass Concrete. Actually, it should be massive concrete. I think it's a typo error. ACI 2072R, Report on Thermal and Volume Change, Effects on Cracking of Mass Concrete. ACI 207SR, Roller Compacted Mass Concrete, and ACI 213, Guide for Structural Lightweight Aggregate Concrete. Then ACI 214, Evaluation of Strength Test Results of Concrete. Then ACI 221, Guide for Use of Normal Weight and Heavy Weight Aggregate in Concrete. And ACI 237R07, Self-Consolidating Concrete. Then ACI 301, Specifications for Structural Concrete. ACI 304, Guide for Measuring, Mixing, Transporting and Placing Concrete. ACI 3042, Placing Concrete by Pumping Methods. ACI 318, Metric Building Code requirements for structural concrete and commentary. ACI 506, Guide to Shotcrete, and ACI 5061, Guide to Fiber Reinforced Structure, Shotcrete, and ACI 5062.2, specification for short concrete. And then ACI 555. That's why I missed that. Guide to Shortkit ACI 5061, Guide to Fiber Reinforced Shortkit ACI 506, Point to Specification for Shortkit ACI 555, Removal and Reuse of Hardened Concrete, Removal and Reuse of Hardened Concrete, ASTM A820 Specification for Steel Fibers for Fiber Reinforced Concrete, and then ASTM C31 Practice for Making and Curing Concrete, Test specimen in field, and then this practice for making and curing operation, and then ASTM A82 is specific for steel fibers for fiber reinforced concrete, and ASTM C131 practice for making and curing concrete, test specimen in field, and then ASTM C33 specification for concrete aggregate, and then ASTM C30 its test method for compressive strength of cylindrical screw. And then further if you go, you find very many long list is there, but we have to understand that means ASTM then test method for compressive strength of cylindrical concrete specimen, ASTM C42 test method for obtaining and testing drilled cores and sawed beams of concrete, ASTM C94 specification for ready mix concrete, ASTM C192 practice for making and curing concrete, test specimen in laboratory, ASTM E109 test methods for fire test of building construction and materials, and then ASTM C138 test method for density, unit weight, yield and air content gravimeter of concrete. Okay, we move forward now. The natures in this many means concrete is very complicated. So many tests you see. This test itself is a long list, but no way to avoid it. ASTM C192 practice for making and curing concrete, test specimen in laboratory. ASTM E119 test methods for fire test of building construction materials. ASTM C138 test method for density, unit weight, yield and air content, gravimetric of concrete. ASTM 150 specification for Portland cement. ASTM C172 practice for sampling freshly mixed concrete. And ASTM C173 then test methods for air contents of freshly mixed concrete by volumetric method. Then ASTM C231 test method for air contents of freshly mixed concrete by pressure method. ASTM C232 test methods for bleeding of concrete. And ASTM C311 test methods for sampling and testing fly ash or natural pozzolas for use in Portland cement concrete. And then ASTM-C, you can say ASTM-C 311 and test methods for sampling and testing fly ash and natural pozzola for use in Portland cement concrete. And then ASTM-C 387 is specific for packaged dry combined languages. Then you can say ASTM-C 387 specific to packaged dry combined materials for mortar and concrete. ASTM-C 597 test methods for pulse velocity through concrete, pulse velocity. And then ASTM-C 617 that is practice for capping cylindrical concrete specimen. And then ASTM-C 618 and that is specification for aggregate for radiation shielding concrete. And it's ASTM-C 618 is specification for coat, is specification for for coal, fly, ash and raw of calcined natural pozzolana for use in concrete. 637 is specification for aggregate for radiation starting. Okay, then we can say, I don't know, it's too long list and forgettable list to see. So I say that the specification for aggregates for radiation shielding concrete, and that is ASTM-C 637, specification for aggregates for radiation shielding concrete. ASTM-C 638 descriptive nomenclature, descriptive nomenclature of constituents of aggregate for radiation shielding concrete. ASTM-C 803 test method for penetration resistance of hardened concrete. And ASTM-856 practice of petrographic examination of hardened concrete. And then say this is practice of petrographic examination, and before that this is ASTM 805 test method for rebound number of hardened concrete. And then ASTM C803 test method for penetration resistance of hardened concrete. So penetration resistance, then rebound number of hardened concrete, and petrographic examinations of hardened concrete. And 90 ASTM C90 test method for pull out strength of hardened concrete. Then ASTM C989 standard specification for slag cement for use in concrete and mortars. ASTM C1018 test method for flexural toughness and first crack strength of fiber reinforced concrete, and ASTM 1116 specification for fiber reinforced concrete. Then ASTM 1140 practice for preparing and okay. So fiber reinforced concrete is there. I said one more. Test one pull out strength of concrete was sent an ASTM 989, that is standard specification for slag cement and for use in concrete and mortars. ASTM C1018 test method for fractural toughness and first crack strength of fiber reinforced concrete. ASTM C116, this is specification for fiber reinforced concrete. And ASTM C1140, and that is practice for preparing and testing specimens from shotcrete test panels. And then ASTM C152 standard test method for acid soluble chloride in mortar and concrete. And then ASTM C118 standard test method for water soluble chloride in mass. Then you can say here standard test method for acid soluble, which I have already done. And last is ASTM C121 practice for use of unbonded caps in determination of compressive strength of hardened concrete cylinders, and also standard test method for water soluble chlorides in mortar and concrete. Then there's another one. These are all properties, ASTM C140, there is a long list, and it's of course very cumbersome, but this is important. A specification for silica fume used in cementitious mixers. Right? Silica fumes is important. Let me put on light. It's unnecessary working. Instead of light, I think I should put off light. Let me put off this also. Start. Okay. Now ASTM C1240 specification for silica fume used in cementitious mixer, and ASTM C1385 practice for sampling materials for shotcrete. ASTM C1399 test methods for obtaining average residual strength of fiber reinforced concrete. ASTM C1480 specification for packaged pre-blended dry combined materials for use in wet or dry shotcrete application. Then ASTM C1550 test method for flexural toughness of fiber reinforced concrete using centrally loaded round panel. ASTM C1604 test method for obtaining and testing drilled core of shotcrete. Obtaining and testing drilled core of shotcrete. And ASTM C1609 test method for flexural performance of fiber reinforced concrete. using beam with third point loading. Then ASTM-C 1611 test method for slump flow of self-compacting concrete. And then ASTM-C 1666 specification for alkali resistant AR glass fiber for GFRC and fiber reinforced concrete and cement. Then ASTM D5759 is a guide for characterization of coal fly ash and clean coal combustion fly ash for potential users. Then ASTM D6942 test method for stability of cellulose fibers in alkaline environment. And then BRE Digest 433 is a recycled aggregate. Then BS4027 also in British, is previously American, so B stands for British. BS4027 specification for sulfate resistant Portland cement. BS6073-22008 precast concrete masonry units guide for specifying precast concrete masonry units. These are blocks, and then BS is 8500, BS8500 concrete complementary British standard to BSEN 2061. Then BS 8666 specification for scheduling dimensions, bending and cutting of steel reinforcement for concrete. Then BSEN 2061 1. This is concrete specification, performance, production and conformity. And then BSEN 450 fly ash for concrete, definition, specification and conformity criteria. And then BSEN 771-3, this is specification for masonry units, aggregate contained concrete masonry units, dense and high light. And then you can say BSEN let us see where I missed concrete specification, performance, product and conformity. So specification, okay. BSEN 2061 concrete specification, performance, production and conformity. BSEN 450 fly ash for concrete, definition, specifications and conformity criteria. BSEN 771-3 specification for masonry units, aggregate concrete masonry units, dense and lightweight aggregates. And then BSEN 7722 methods of test for masonry unit. Masonry units, determination of percentage area of voids in masonry units by pyramid beam. Alright, then you can say BSEN 12350 testing fresh concrete and BSEN 772 methods of test for masonry units. Have done this. And BSEN 123501 testing fresh concrete part 1 sampling. Then BSEN 12350-2 testing fresh concrete part 2 slump test. And then BSEN 12350-3 testing fresh concrete verb test, and then fresh, BSEN 12350-4 This is testing fresh concrete, that is degree of contemptibility. And now we say BSEN 123504 part 3. Now BS, testing fresh concrete part 2 degree of compactability, and that is BS 123504 testing fresh concrete degree of compactability, and then BSEN 123505 testing fresh concrete, that is part 5 flow table test, and BSEN 123506 testing fresh concrete part 6 density, and BSEN 123507 testing fresh concrete, and this testing flow and then testing fresh concrete part flow table test, then density plus 6, and then 7 air content. It's 123507 air content pressure methods testing aggregated concrete. This is 2390 BSEN 1390 10 aggregated concrete, and then you go further. That's this. It's boring actually. 123506 testing fresh concrete density, and then it's air content. 123507 testing fresh concrete part 7 air content pressure methods, and then BSEN 12390 testing hardened concrete, and 12390-1 testing hardened concrete part 1 shape, dimensions, and other requirements for specimen and molds, and testing this BSEN 12390 is testing hardened concrete strength case and height. So this is it. So in this case, you can say hardened concrete BSEN 12390 is 1 testing hardened concrete part 1 shape, dimensions, and other requirements for specimens and molds, and BSEN 12390 testing hardened concrete part 2 making and curing specimens to strength test. And again I think I have to spend time here. It's better. So BSEN 12303 testing hardened concrete part 3 compressive strength of tests of specimen, as we explained before. BSEN 123904 testing hardened concrete part 4 compressive strength specification for testing machines, and BSEN 123905 testing hardened concrete part 5. Okay, then we go further. That is compressive strength. Then EN, that's BSEN 123905 testing hardened concrete part 5 flexural strength of testing specimen, and that's flexural strength, bending strength, you can say. Then BSEN 12390, and that is 6 testing hardened concrete part 6 tensile splitting strength of test specimen. And find one thing, I'm getting this problem here. Then you can say testing is BSEN 123906 testing tensile splitting strength of test specimen. This is tensile splitting strength of test, and that is testing hardened concrete. Then part 6 it is. And BSEN 1239007 testing hardened concrete part 7 density of hardened concrete, and BSEN 123908 testing hardened concrete part 8 depth of penetration of water under pressure. And that is BSEN 12620 aggregate for concrete, and BSEN 15167 ground granulated blast furnace slag for use in concrete mortar and grout conformity evaluation. It's called GGBS actually. BSEN 1744 test for chemical performance of aggregate. And after that, we go further. BSE and 1744. Wait a minute, we have to say that. Okay, tests for chemical properties of aggregate, that's BSEN 1744 and BSEN 1992-3 2006. Code 2 design of concrete structures, liquid retaining and containing structures. BSEN 1992-3 2006. UK National Annexee to Code 2 design of concrete structures, liquid retaining and containment structures. And then EBSPD PD 66821 PD stands for published document aggregate for concrete guidance on likes of Another thought, let's say, these are very complicated specifications of concrete, but there's no out. We have to learn this. I was just thinking, means so long, and you people may feel how much can be understood. But if you want concrete quality, there is no other way out. And we can say testing hardened concrete part 7, density of hardened concrete, that is BS 123907. And you just imagine how much work is to be done in concrete. It's not simply concrete you place in concrete shutters and vibrate and that's over. No, that is only one part of these specifications. BSEN 123908, testing hardened concrete part 8 depth of penetration for water under pressure, and BSEN 12620, aggregate for concrete, and BSEN 15167, ground granulated blast furnace slag for use on concrete mortar, and grout conformity evaluation. That if you jump over, then BSEN 19923 2006, and Euro Code 2, design of concrete structures, liquid retaining and containment structure or containing structures, and BSEN 19923 3202006, UK National Annex to Euro Report 2, design of concrete structures, liquid retaining and containment structures, and BSPD 66321, published document that's aggregate for concrete guidance on use of BSEN 12620, and concrete society report number 31, permeability testing of site concrete. Now EN 1011, welding recommendation for welding of metallic materials, and EN 199211 is Euro Code 2, design of concrete structures, general rules and rules for buildings. GSO ISO 1921, G stands for Gulf CC, GCC, testing of concrete part 1, sampling of fresh concrete. GSO ISO 1920-2, testing of concrete part 2, properties of fresh concrete. GSO ISO 1920-3, testing of concrete part 3, making and curing test specimen. GSO ISO 1920-4, testing of concrete part 4, strength of hardened concrete. GSO ISO 1920-5, testing of concrete part 5, properties hardened concrete other than strength, hardened concrete other than strength. And then GSO ISO 1926, testing of concrete part 6, sampling, preparing and testing of concrete core. GSO ISO 1920-7, testing of concrete part 7, non-destructive test on hardened concrete. Then ISO 1928, now this ISO alone, not GSO. ISO means International Standards Organization, testing of concrete part 8, determination of drying shrinkage of concrete for samples prepared in field or in laboratory. ISO 1920-9, testing of concrete part 9, determination of creep of concrete cylinders in compression. ISO 1920-10, testing of concrete part 10, determination of static modulus of elasticity in compression. And then CSTR 11, concrete core testing, concrete society. RILEM CPC 11.3, absorption of water by immersion under vacuum. And concrete society CS163, guide to design of concrete structures in Arabian Peninsula, European guidelines for self-compacting concrete specifications, production and use. And then definitions. Now definitions, I don't know why these people are sending messages, just disturbing me and nothing else. They only send messages now. So we go on this, I just try to open eyes on people. Definitions, exposure conditions will apply as follows. So that list is now, I'm going to speak something else on definition. The exposure conditions will apply as follows. A is class X0, then class X1, class X2, class X3, class X4, class X5, and then so I say exposure condition is how concrete is exposed, and that is class X0. No risk of corrosion or attack. Non-saline conditions, blinding concrete, non-reinforced concrete or slab on on ground. Means where there is no chances of corrosion of steel, that's called class X0. Where is no salt conditions, non-saline conditions, means not near sea, and blinding concrete is there, means concrete which is not considered structural one, and non-reinforced concrete or slab on ground. So class B. Now class X1, this was class X0, now class X1, mild exposure, non-saline conditions. Again non-saline conditions, dry or wet, rarely dry, generally wet, external concrete at least 3 meter above ground level, 3 meter above ground level, internal concrete in dry conditions, concrete permanently submerged in non-saline water or non-aggressive groundwater. So this is class X1. Now class X2, moderate exposure, non-saline conditions, again same, cyclic wet and dry, external reinforced concrete less than 3 meters above ground level, water retaining structures exposed to fluctuating water levels. Class 3 X3, X3, this is X3, severe exposure, severe exposure, moderate humidity external concrete within 1 kilometer. This is severe exposure, moderate humidity external concrete within 1 kilometer from sea, within 1 kilometer from sea, or in contact with high saline water table or subcast, concrete not affected by condensation, irrigation or leakage, which are more than 3 meter above ground level. Class X5, extreme exposure, cyclic wet and dry, external concrete within 1 kilometer from sea or in contact with high saline groundwater or subcast, concrete affected by condensation, irrigation or leakage, which are less than 3 meter above ground level or within capillary zone. Concrete surfaces exposed to seawater, splash or in seawater tidal zone. Extreme exposure is. And sulfate exposure classes S1 to S4, exposure classes are related to sulfate attack in relation to sulfate and pH of groundwater. Now concrete is a mixture. Concrete is a mixture or mix of cementitious materials, coarse and fine aggregate, and water, with or without admixtures, which develops its properties by cement hydration. Cementitious materials, Portland cement in combination with one or more of following blended hydraulic cement, fly ash and other pozzolanas, ground granulated blast furnace slag, and silica fume, subject to compliance with requirements of this specification. Water cementitious ratio means ratio between total weight of water in concrete less water absorbed by aggregate and weight of cementitious materials expressed as a decimal fraction. Admixture shall mean a material other than water, aggregate, cementitious materials, or fiber reinforcement used as an ingredient of concrete or mortar. Admixtures are added during mixing process of concrete to modify properties of concrete mix in fresh and or hardened state. Hot weather means any combination of following conditions that tends to impair quality of freshly mixed or hardened concrete by accelerating rate of moisture loss and rate of cement hydration, or otherwise causing detrimental results such as high ambient temperature when shade temperature is above 40 degrees Celsius on a rising thermometer, 43 degrees Celsius on a falling thermometer, and the high concrete temperature, low relative humidity, the high wind speed, and the whenever rate of evaporation exceeds 0.75 0.75 kilogram per meter square per hour. Massive concrete is defined as volume of concrete with dimensions large enough to require that measures to be taken to cope with generation of heat from hydration of cement and attendant volume change to minimize cracking. Reinforced massive concrete structures include pile caps, transfer plates, and structural members where least dimension exceeds 1.5 meter. Coarse aggregate shall be considered as that size passing 20 sieve or larger sieve size and predominantly retained on 4 millimeter sieve. Fine aggregate considered as that size predominantly passing 4 millimeter sieve and predominantly retained on 0.063 millimeter size, 0.063 millimeter size. PC means Portland cement or CEM1. FA shall mean pulverized fuel ash or fly ash. GGBS means ground granulated blast furnace slag. SF means silica fumes. Other names are condensed silica fume and microsilica. Gap graded aggregate means graded aggregate without one or more of intermediate sizes. Single size aggregate means aggregates containing a major portion of particles of one size. Target mean strength means specified characteristic strength put plus margin. Margin means difference between specified characteristic strength and target mean strength. Acceptable or accepted shall mean acceptable or accepted by engineer. Approval or approved means approval from engineer. All in aggregate shall mean material. All in aggregate shall mean materials composed of a mixture of coarse and fine aggregate. Self-compacting concrete SCC, concrete that is able to flow and consolidate under its own weight, completely fill formwork even in presence of dense reinforcement, whilst maintaining homogeneity and without need for whatever additional compaction. Now submittals. Contractor shall submit details of mixed designs to engineer for approval. Material Safety Data Sheet MSDS or equivalent for all products, test results and other information as required to prove compliance with specification shall be submitted to engineer for approval according to relevant sections of QCS on at least following products. Cement. Recent independent test results acceptable to engineer confirming compliance with specified requirements and referred or referenced standards. Manufacturer certificate also be supplied for each batch of production of cement or on weekly basis, whichever is more frequent, certifying compliance with BSEN 197 or other equivalent standards. Early compressive strength of each consignment of cement shall conform to requirements of QCS Part 3 at independent site laboratory. Deviation of more than 10% from either previous consignment value of or rolling average shall be immediately reported to engineer. Testing at an independent laboratory shall be as instructed by engineer. GGBS. Recent independent test results acceptable to engineer, confirming compliance with specified requirements and referenced standards. Manufacturer certificate with all information necessary to verify compliance shall also be supplied for each consignment of GGBS or on weekly basis, whichever is more frequent. Early compression strength of each consignment of GGBS shall be determined in accordance with BSEN 197 and BSEN 15167 or ASTM C989 at independent site laboratory based on a blend of 50-50 percentage GGBS and CEM1. Deviation of more than 5% in strength from either previous consignment value or rolling average shall be immediately reported to engineer. Testing at an independent laboratory shall be in accordance with BSEN 197 and BSEN 15167 standards and approved by engineer. FA. Recent independent test results acceptable to engineer, confirming compliance with specified requirement of BSEN 450 or ASTM C618. Manufacturer certificate with information necessary to verify compliance with internationally recognized standards shall also be supplied with each consignment of fly ash. Material shall comply with QCS Part 3. Deviation of strength factor by more than 5% from either previous consignment values or rolling average shall be immediately reported to engineer and technical manager of premix company. Silica fumes. Recent independent test results acceptable to engineer, confirming compliance with specified requirements and reference standards. Manufacturer certificate with all information necessary to verify compliance with internationally recognized standards shall also be supplied with each consignment of silica fumes. 7 days pozzolanic activity test in accordance with BSEN 132631 or ASTM C1240 on each consignment of silica fume at independent site laboratory. Deviation of activity index by more than 5% from either previous consignment value or rolling average shall be immediately reported to engineer and technical manager of premix company. Now aggregates. Recent independent test results acceptable to engineer, confirming compliance with specified requirements and reference standards. Full details of proposed sources of aggregates, then water, it is recent independent test results acceptable to engineer, confirming compliance with specified requirement and reference standards. Admixtures, manufacturers' technical specifications and recommendations, recent trial results acceptable to engineer, illustrating efficiency of product for its particular application. Tests on specific gravity and solids content shall be conducted at independent site laboratory on each consignment. Mixed designs, submit concrete mixed designs for each type and strength of concrete required at least 30 days before placing concrete. New mixed designs with historic data less than 6 months shall be verified by an approved independent testing laboratory in accordance with requirements of QCS Part 05 and shall be coordinated with design requirements and contract list documents. Submit samples. Submit samples mixed design. Now it's long list actually. It's submit complex or complete mixed design data for each separate mix to be used on project in a single submittal with at least following information. Each design means M15, M20, M30, M35, 40, whatever you are going to, let us say there are 2 or 3 grades, so you have to submit each one. If you have, say, for blinding is this grade, for foundation this grade, you have whatever number of grades you have to, or different type of concrete could be there. So you have to make submittals for that, and for that submittals, following list is demanded according to specification. So let me go some files, probably, and I think it should be some file I should close. This file I can close. So why do then I say this charge is 100%, so I can take out this for time being. I have only about 45 minutes, so I put off battery. Let me see now. Let me put off switch also. Please. So, okay. There's another. Okay, so let's go further. Let me go further. Alright, so okay, we start now. Submit complete. Type of cement, number 1. A. Type of cement, complete details of same. Number B. Portland cement content Portland cement, because we are adding other materials into that cementing material. Portland cement is there, but we have to replace Portland cement with other materials. So cementitious content means GGBS, FA, fly ash, natural pozzolanas, rice husk ash, and or silica fumes. D is max aggregate size, maximum aggregate size. A is combined grading curve for coarse aggregate. C is quantities of all individual materials. Quantities means in 1 cubic meter how many kilogram of each material we are going to add. That is called design mix, by weight, not by volume, by weight. Combined grading curve, quantities of all individual materials. Type of admixtures, as we discussed admixtures. Target slump, you know, when we test concrete, how much fall is there on the side, that's called slump. So target slump flow at discharge per PSEN 12350-2. And initial and final concrete setting time for each mixed design per ASTM C403 or equivalent BSEN standards if specified. Fresh density of concrete per BSEN 12350-6, air content per BSEN 12350-7, target temperature, Bleeding if specified, chloride and sulfate SO3 contents, details of calculated water cementitious material, water cement ratio, compressive strength grade, hardened density, water absorption percentage and water penetration millimeter if specified, rapid chloride permeability, column is unit of that, column coulomb, column value if specified. This is used for purpose of ensuring that there is no corrosion on steel, because of this can chlorides penetrate concrete. So this is that rapid chloride permeability, which measures means how much can cause corrosion to steel. And chloride migration coefficient means meter square per second, and if specified, and include on delivery ticket as a minimum. Then data sheet from same production facility that shall be used for project. And then mixed design data shall include but not be limited to following, and that is location on project where each mixed design is to be used, corresponding to structural general notes on drawings, and proportions. The concrete constituent material shall be proportioned to yield 1 meter cube, and submit strength test records, mixed design materials, conditions and proportions for concrete used for record of tests, standard deviation calculation and determination of required average compressive strength if required by engineer. If early concrete strength is required, contractor shall submit trial mixture result of required or as required, and test records to support proposed mixture shall be no more than 12 months old and use current cement and aggregate sources. Test records to establish a standard deviation may be older if necessary to have required number of samples. Manufacturer's product data for each type of admixture. Manufacturer's certifications that all admixtures used are compatible with each other. All information indicating compliance with contract documents, including method of placement and method of curing. Now, mass concrete. It's called mass, but I'm saying massive concrete. Massive concrete. Submit mixed design. Submit mixed design for massive concrete element in conformance with requirements of ACI 301 Section 8. Concrete mix design shall not be designed with a high early strength unless otherwise demonstrated by contractor for capability of maintaining proper temperature and approved by engineer. So low temperature is allowed. Actually we have to see low temperature for low shrinkage. Now submit proposed method of temperature control, including cementitious materials control in mixed design to reduce heat generating potentials of concrete, pre-cooling of ingredients to lower concrete temperature as placed, and methods to protect mass concrete or massive concrete element from excessive temperature differentials. Submit analysis of anticipated thermal development within massive concrete element with proposed mixed design for these elements. Results of analysis using methods in ACI 207 1R and ACI 207 2R, such as skipped model, SCHMIDT shipped model, and site specific data, shall address maximum differential temperature and maximum temperature during curing. Submit proposed number and locations of temperature, monitoring devices to record temperature development between interior and exterior of massive concrete element. This is about 41 pages of 205 we have reached today. I will take next time because I would like to discuss FEDIC now. and you can by now understand, means you can realize maybe how much work is done in concrete. At If you want concrete to be quality oriented, means it's not easy to understand concrete, what you see on site, what happens, how people work. That's not how, that's only mixing and placing, not more than that. I don't consider that as concrete done. This list, as I explained to you, this is British codes, European codes, American codes, and GCC codes, and ISO codes. These are all various codes that have certain demands from people who work on concrete. And if you want, this is actually control of concrete, and this is not easy. It takes a lot of work before starting concrete, to understand, to design, to do trial mix, to see from where we get materials, whatever materials we have, even water is tested, you can see that. So concrete, don't take it just an entertainment or just an exercise of some transit mixer truck has come, it lays and goes away. That is only site work. There's a lot of design work, a lot of experiment work prior to do that. That constitutes quality. But here we are living in darkness, we do not know. All this is done, practically done. Don't take that this is only on papers. This is done, practically done, and that is called quality concrete. That was only reason that I wanted to refer you about something which is done somewhere in part of the world, not in this country. Somewhere it's done. And they pay and they get material also, they get quality also. That is, should be spirit behind this. This is engineering. This is not in, you can say, dance class. This is not something like that. This is a serious business. Everybody cannot understand this. And those who understand this, they understand this. But don't worry about long list, because this comprises so many things. You worry about one time work and then you repeat that. It's a question of compliance of requirements. And if requirements are complied, it's okay, that's concrete. So it is called concrete technology, that's the reason. It's not simply concrete, you can say. It is concrete technology, concrete science, concrete engineering, concrete wide spectrum. Projects depend on concrete. Concrete doesn't depend on projects. Concrete makes project. Project doesn't make concrete. We have to think that it is real work, not machine manufacture. It's real work using natural product like aggregate, sand, cement, which is also natural because it's manufactured from lime and silica, and also other GGBS, fuel ash, fly ash and GGBS and microsilica and all that which we use also. It's completely different. That was the only reason I am just interested to talk to you people about this concrete. Now I move on to little discussion on this FIDIC, and that is that's discussion United Arab Emirates. There's a, I could not get some connection from England, and that is new engineering contract. So I got this connection link, and this link I put in my URLs list. This connection is new engineering contract NEC4, and this is post on 4th January 2018, and this is Smriti Ganotra who posted this. So I just put a link that one, and I will read for you actually what it states. Let me just blow it up because I'm not able to read this properly. So this says, I read it for this in the minutes. Now it says that introduction is biological evolution has been creating lives on this earth. Let me close this file also. Try to load this file for one thing. So I close this file. So okay. It says biological evolution has been creating lives on this earth for almost 3 billion years, constantly adapting everything to an ever-changing environment. It's refreshing to see how evolution works, and trick is to change a complex system by using what's already there, and namely to adapt to change. A similar evolution took place in engineering and construction industry recently in June 2017 when new engineering contract, that's NEC 4, was released. Out with old and in with new approach in engineering and construction industry played a vital role in how to do things differently in these sectors. An evolutionary step was taken by NEC Contract Board from its predecessors NEC 3 regarding its designers. New generation NEC 4 is a positive development for existing users of NEC 3. Having a similar base, it will be considered all over world as an evolution in engineering and construction industry. Based on direct feedback from industries to support methods and provide solutions to client demands. NEC 4, I'm just telling NEC stands for New Engineering Contract. NEC 4 reflects changes in law and market practices by introducing new forms of contracts and by emphasizing collaborative work. Through this article you will experience ride of evolution in NEC world and what significant features new NEC has to offer. Now started from bottom, now we are here. In 1993, first NEC contract came into existence, written in simple language with sole aim of stimulating good management. However, 2 years later, second edition named NEC Engineering and Construction Contract was published with new forms of contract, including professional services contracts and adjudicators contracts along with some short form and subcontracts. 20th century for NEC contracts was a great experience and a decade of extensive let me sit comfortably international application. Later in 2005, NEC Contract Board launched NEC 3. Contract suite NEC 3 flooded with market with term service contract, framework contract, and later in 2010 with supply contracts. By end of 2013, NEC 3 was updated to 39 documents along with an enhanced set of guiding principles. It was a great success for 12 long years and was endorsed worldwide by several public and private sector undertakings with a track record of developing or delivering timely projects within stipulated budgets. Now with new era, now new demands, new technologies, and with everything else that's new, it's time for new NEC. NEC 4 arrived on 22nd June 2017 in plain English and in present tense, which can be effortlessly translated and understood by people not speaking English as first language. It simultaneously recognizes necessity for contract administration, risk management, and terminology, which will enable a flexible industry to manage, procure, and deliver collaborative projects. Now, what's new in this? That's a question. NEC 4 is an enhanced version of NEC 3, or simply an upgrade with some new features and some new forms of contracts. Two most important contracts that have been added to suit are NEC 4 Design, Build and Operate, DBO, Design, Build and Operate contract, and NEC 4 Alliance contract, ALC Alliance contract, targeting clients who seek construction, design, operation and maintenance from a single contractor. DBO, design, build and operate, is most suitable form of contract, offering a wide range of services such as pre and post construction works, which include operation of asset to achieve required performance level or more. Straightforward facility management. DBO contract gives opportunity to client to procure a more integrated whole life delivery system. On other hand, Alliance contract, ALC, a multi-party contract having a reliance on integrated risks and reward models, is only suitable for clients who are looking for a single collaborative contract by a fully integrated delivery team for large industrial and complex projects. Contract places its best Contract places basis on achieving client objectives by working together and sharing risks and benefits. Benefit of using alliance contract or ALC is to form a stronger collaboration between all projects participants, bound by a common interest and reducing grounds for disputes. Dispute resolution mechanism. A new and advanced system of dispute resolution has been introduced by NEC 4, which provides a dispute avoidance board, DAB. It offers an alternative to two-tier negotiation, initially by senior representation followed by adjudication, DAB. DAB is most suitable for international projects and where United Kingdom's Construction Act does not apply. New option offered by NEC 4 stipulates appointments of DAB before commencement of project, where dispute would be referred to DAB before being transferred to adjudication. Procedure is similar to FIDIC, Federation International des Ingenieurs Councils contract, where either party under contract can refer disputes to DAB, whose decision is binding on both parties. DAB, however, under NEC 4 shall itself take initiative to resolve potential disputes. So here is the difference. DAB, however, under NEC 4 will take itself initiative to resolve potential disputes between parties. DAB will practically carry out periodic inspections throughout life of project to identifying potential disputes, fostering a collaborative environment which will prevent crystallization of disputes. Is intention of makers which is transparent and outright from wording of contract. Evolution, not revolution, leaving behind a traditional methods of procurement and limited form of contract. NEC 4's suite of contracts is described as an evolution and not a revolution in engineering and construction industry. Following new features of next generation, NEC 4 identifies and adapts to constantly changing technology and environment. Now, number 1 is scope of improvement. New engineering contract for contracts contains a special feature for either party to identify opportunities and to simultaneously improve outcome of project. Project manager has right to accept, reject or request a quotation before making any decision. Contract can be contract can instruct for acceleration in works to complete project prior to completion date. And 4 provides a new option allowing contractor to alter scope by reducing cost of asset over whole life. Cost. Cost of professional service. Term service and supply contracts is now defined in same way as engineering construction contract ECC, providing a common approach to all contracts for closer integration of participants and in supply chain. Harmonious system for resolving disputes. NEC has introduced a mandatory requirement for consensual dispute resolution by appointing a senior representative by each party to negotiate dispute and reach a temporary solution. Engineering contract offers two options, W1 and W2, where option W1 is for project where UK's Construction Act does not apply, and option W2 where Act applies. Consensual dispute resolution under NEC 4 is compulsory under option W1, whereas under option W2 only where UK's Housing, Grants, Construction and Regeneration Act 1996 apply. Payment mechanism. Contractor is obliged under new contract to file an application for periodic assessment, and contractors failing to submit such an application will not receive any payment. If payment is due to client, project manager shall make necessary assessment and shall certify payment. This approach used to be applicable to short form of contracts only. Building Information Modeling BIM. Building Information Modeling BIM. This is a new option available under ECC, especially used for supporting use of BIM. Contract is required to provide an information execution plan either in contract or within client's defined time period. Plan submitted by contractor must have ability to satisfy BIM requirements set out by client. BIM, Building Information Modeling. So G, now confidentiality clause. Most of NEC 4 contracts except for short ones include core clauses restricting disclosure of confidential project information. This clause meets client's requirements for avoiding need for additional amendments at a later stage. GCC welcoming NEC 4. In 2007, during construction boom in UAE's economy, leading developer Eldar Properties was first to adopt NEC 3 at Al Raha Beach in Abu Dhabi. Middle East first experience of NEC contracts is still considered one of largest contracts ever acknowledged by Emirates. Similarly, NEC 4 shall likely to be appreciated worldwide considering success of its predecessors. Given predominance of FIDIC contract worldwide, it shall be challenging for NEC contracts to make their grounds, especially on GCC countries. NEC suite of contracts, unlike FIDIC, is based on principles of good faith, a well-recognized concept under Sharia law, and which enshrines in most of Gulf countries' legal systems. Adopting takes time. In transferring to NEC contracts, would be time consuming but fruitful, away from all historical adversaries, and undertaking projects and works programming for large groups. NEC4 provides an opportunity for successful outcomes. Counts of article is intended to provide a general guide to submit matters. Specialist advice should be sought about specific circumstances. So this is an article that was written by someone, as I told, Samriti Ganotra, and this was written on 4th January 2018. This is regarding NC4, and I just wanted to share this information because yesterday only I downloaded this. I could not find any information from other source, so this was downloaded. So I can say I use this for you people, and so I can say it's okay, fine as far as concerned. So I'm closing this document as well, and coming back to our own, and that is and that's this is I actually also wanted to extend my talk to FedEx rules of arbitration, rules of this DAB. Well, today it's not that much. No problem. Something is done, something is not done, it happens. What can we do? Time is time. It's very boring today because a long list of codes I wanted to share with you, because we cannot run away from facts of life. And if we have to raise our quality system in this country, we have to work hard. And particularly I am addressing those engineers, civil engineers, electrical engineers, mechanical engineers, that they have to become real engineers, not only social engineers, and they have to dip into such kind of documents, such kind of codes. Our codes are not original codes, we all know, and we have information available from different sources, and those are based on everyday updates. They keep on updating. They don't know, means here you see what status of our ready mix concrete is. You all know that, but that's not ready mix actually. Just having batching plant doesn't mean that this is ready mix concrete. Batching plants or central mixing plant, you cannot say that we have done job. So much is required on that. I have not seen any such records from all this. Means they don't even understand what they are doing sometimes. You talk to those quality engineers, you talk to those engineers and raise certain questions to them. This was one of the reasons that I tried to project to people, reflect to public what Qatar Civil Specs Section 5, that's concrete. There are many chapters in that, but that's too thick a volume. It's very expensive to buy, can't buy that. I don't know much can buy that. So I just try to take from here or there some particularly concrete ones for 5. There are so many ones. About steel also, we'll talk a little about reinforced bars, because both items are very useful, very reliable on structures. Without steel rebars or reinforcing bars and concrete, you cannot do concrete, you cannot construct buildings, you cannot construct bridges, you cannot construct anything, any structure. These two are basically, others are supportive, means brickwork or block work or plastering or rendering or tiling or false ceiling or services, all that, they are secondary. If you can't do concrete, it's rubbish, everything is rubbish. If your concrete structures is not real one, it's not quality one, you may spend billions of rupees on finishes, you got no meaning. Until, unfortunately, we people do not understand that concrete element is not that expensive as other items are. Concrete element, if you just analyze an ordinary building, this about 30-40% maximum cost of project goes to RCC or reinforcement concrete. Remaining goes to finishes and doors and windows, doors, finishes, false ceiling, air conditioning, electrical and all that. And those are dependent on concrete. If your concrete is not quality work, say building collapses or fails, all this fail. That's point means if concrete works for 100 years, for 200 years, your system survive. Concrete's problem is it can't be replaced, it can't be changed. You can take a wall out and rebuild. You can take out plaster and rebuild. You can take out some doors and windows and refix. But problem lies only with this artificial stone. I am calling it artificial stone. This is concrete which cannot be taken out once it is done. And because this is in continuation, this is continuous, not single column or single beam. It's not like that. That's only for learning. It's complete unit. Building unit, structure unit, bridge unit, everything. Once it fails, means fails completely. So, just like our body. If body fails, means fail. Anatomy of body fails, will fail. So, concrete is a threatening material. Threatening to everybody. If you miss something, there is no way out. Yes, you may do some chipping on surface and do plastering, and that's called stupidity of work. You do not understand concrete. Unfortunately, our contracting community, our engineering community, they are not at par to understand concrete with full. Just going to site and doing something, that's not adequate. You have to examine, you have to instruct. Just like the submit for approval, you have to review each and every submittal. Ask a contractor to submit. You are paying for that. It's a part of your contract price. So who shall check that? This is job of engineer, project engineer, whoever is in charge on part of employer or owner, who may be government or who may be private, doesn't make a difference. As far as contract is concerned, responsibility goes to that. Are they doing that? That's the question. To me, answer is no. No. Unfortunately, even if I bring some bad quality work to attention of honor least bothers. I tried. I am located in Faridabad. I tried to take so many photographs of bad work, bad quality work, and post it on their Facebook. On their Facebook, they deleted that. Why this bloody person is posting on our site? Who is he? That must have come to their mind. This is named as Faridabad Smart City Limited. Smart City Limited company removed my bad quality photos from their Facebook because they don't want to show to public their bad quality work. Or somebody fool came like me and put on their site, this person is mad, he has got no work, he's just unnecessarily poking his nose into our work. This is happening. Means being a citizen is a project to public or to even employer who's Faridabad Smart City. They can't digest that because they are responsible for this bad work. That company is responsible. Head of that company is responsible. Government is responsible. Haryana government is responsible. Central government is responsible. All are responsible. But who shares responsibility? They don't. They don't share responsibility. That is where we fail. And our engineers move behind them. As if tomorrow that person says, hey, don't join that, go home, sit home tomorrow, don't come. That is a problem in the engineering community. If engineering community don't do this job, you can't do that job. Walker cannot do that job, street walker. They don't know what is concrete. They know there is some concrete, this is done, some stuttering, there is some steel, and this, for them this is enough. They don't understand more than that. They don't know what is structure in concrete, what is inside in that, what is structure, what is, and all are using rusted steel. No one speaks them, no engineer questions them. Watch, see, progress is done. Stupid people are taking rusted steel photographs. No one questions. You think those photos don't go to higher authorities? These photos move here, but all eyes are colors. Oh, there is a beautiful color of steel. You see, this color is red. They may say that. These bloody full IS officers and bloody idiotic people in government, they may say that. Oh, see, this color is red. Very good color. What a steel you have provided. They may accept that way. What to say? What to say? I can't say anything. public money is put in water, it's fired. That concrete that is worked for 100 years, say, shall deteriorate in 2-3 months, and it has happened. That's why I took photographs. Concrete fell, cover fell. It's looked like it's ghost concrete. There's no one to look after that. This happens. Steel is bent, anyone lift it, go, leave it. This is my beautiful Bharat. Vishwaguru. We are Vishwaguru. I like this, we are Vishwaguru. Vishwaguru in bad quality, we are. We are Vishwaguru in third class, we are. And we are having pride on that. Shame on to engineering community who is allowing this. Shame on to administrative community who is accepting and paying this. These engineers should die in water. Such engineers, such chief engineers, some contracting engineers, they have no right to stay in engineering because they can't do anything. They are burden on society and they are burden on nation. I can't have more. I can't appreciate even 0.01% of them. What to say? They may become my enemies. Let them be my enemies. Don't care. Because they are not doing their job. My engineering is my religion. Because it's giving me food. It gave me food. So it's my religion. That's it. My religion is nothing else. If I learned something, I've been educated, I've experienced, I must respect that. If I can't respect, there's no difference between me and an animal. That's all I can say. Maybe you don't like it, no problem, don't like it. Now facts cannot be hidden. Facts have to come out. What for we are living? Just to enjoy life, don't worry about what. If we are living for that, I don't recognize that life. I don't recognize. With this I close this. Thank you very much. I think maybe you people don't like my statements, but what I can say is life and you have to accept that. Life is life. What to do? So I am just now, okay, gentlemen, fine.